affectionately known as IRAAS. He held a joint appointment with the Department of Anthropology, where he mentored many students and contributed significantly to the life of the anthropological community. In IRAAS, he served as Director of Graduate Studies for a generation of MA students, and he also served as Director of IRAAS for 2 years, beginning in 2006. His work was a cornerstone of IRAAS and then the Department of African American and African Diaspora Studies, or AAADS as we like to call ourselves, with its distinctive urban focus. Like him, AAADS celebrates our home in New York City, one of the intellectual and spiritual homes of the global Black world, and offers curricular strengths in diasporic urbanities, political and religious thought, social justice, and cultural studies. Professor Gregory's books include Black Corona, Race and Politics of Place in an Urban Community of 1998, and The Devil Behind the Mirror, Globalization and Politics in the Dominican Republic of 2007, among others. And that latter book received the Society for Urban Anthropology's Anthony Leeds Prize and the Gordon K. Lewis Book Prize from the Caribbean Studies Association. AAADS and the Department of Anthropology are proud to announce we will publish Stephen's recently completed volume, The Valley and the Acropolis, Power, Spatiality, and the Politics of Knowledge, which will appear on NYU Press. So we're proud to be able to do that. And so we'll let you know when that comes out, and we'll have another celebration of Stephen Gregory at that time. Stephen had a PhD in anthropology. His initial studies, however, were in visual art. We are fortunate to be able to share some of his photographs with you today, which you will see in the room to my right, just on a loop, so you can just sit there and enjoy them. They're amazing. Thank you for joining in this celebration of the amazing Stephen Gregory, whose humor, smile, and perspectives on our existence were always a comfort and a balm. Welcome. And now I will introduce Mabel Wilson, who is the director of IRAAS at this time.
Thank you, Kelly, and good afternoon. So I just want to say thank you all for coming today. I know there'll be folks coming in and out. There are also people who are tuning in on the internet for the symposium where we'll reflect upon and honor Stephen's life and work. And so I just wanted to begin today by maybe sharing my own reflections with you. Race, Power, and the Post-Industrial City. Professor Stephen Gregory. This was the class that caught my interest in the list of new courses for American Studies students. Perhaps as an architect, no clue in humanities and social sciences, this class spoke to me. Connecting through this class, I will say Stephen would become an important part of my formation as a scholar as I began doctoral studies at NYU in the mid-90s, where, as Kelly mentioned, he had an appointment in anthropology. In fact, those books from this class still are on my office shelves. So in the class, we critically reviewed classic urban studies in the discourse of industrialization and political economy, established works by people like Spears, Black Chicago, The Making of a Negro Ghetto, and Carol Stacks, All Our Kin. But Stephen also introduced analyses of deindustrialization, structural forces in Hirsch's Making of the Second Ghetto. Stephen wanted us to understand that these weren't just his, random historical formations. Our class also discussed people, communities, and their stories as told in Mitchell Dunier's Slim Tables and Mercer Sullivan's Getting Paid. I think what Stephen emphasized in that class was that we have to be just as attentive to the politics of resistance and refusal on the ground within everyday experiences of working class, brown and black communities hemmed in by structural adjustments and the pressures of racialized enclosures. Through this multidisciplinary roster of readings, Stephen was working through what he would articulate in the introduction of Black Corona as the problem of the formulation of, quote, the Black ghetto or the Black inner city. And it was precisely because these tropes, as he would write, quote, block or screen alternative and, for a want of a better word, ordinary ways of understanding the lives of African Americans, end quote, right? So I would say across several works, Black Corona, Devil Behind the Mirror, and what will be his final book, The Valley and the Acropolis, Spatial, Power, Spatiality, and the Politics of Knowledge, and a countless number of essays, Stephen listened to and witnessed the on-the-ground activism of Black and brown neighborhoods against the evolving spatial regimes of racial segregation to neoliberal development. And these were the important lessons that have underwritten much of my own scholarship, and I'm sure many of you in this room and also there on the live stream. But Stephen and I lost touch once I moved out of New York, but I did remain attentive follower of his publications. And then 15 years ago, we became reacquainted when we became colleagues at Columbia as well as neighbors. I would often stop and chat with Stephen in passing, air our gripes about Columbia. He would listen, eye rolls and grunts from Stephen. We'd talk about what we've been working on or what we were teaching. And a lot of times we just talked about what was happening in our neighborhood. We could each watch Columbia muscle in on the area of Manhattanville, just below the corridors of 560 Riverside, where we both lived for several years. Stephen often sat outside under the dusty red shingled awning of Toast, a local pub hangout where I would catch him sometimes having a cigarette, hunched forward, his elbows on his knees, deep in thought, perhaps about personal struggles, but also watching the local cast of neighborhood characters animate the block of Broadway between LaSalle and Tiemann under the rattle of the elevated 1 train. Now, the last time I saw Stephen was at our first in-person AAADS gathering at Pastiches, which is this restaurant right around the corner from Toast. We sat next to each other, and at one point he kind of nudged and leaned over because he wanted to show me his compact Leica. It was like, check this out. Note, it can do this, and right, this knob, you do this, and it can do that. He told me that even though it was a compact body, it had superior lens system that could capture incredibly crisp images in a total range between black and whites. But I think what he was most enthusiastic about was the camera's portability, right? And so when I would often see Stephen on the street or on campus or even in our AAADS meetings, he had his Leica slung across his chest, ready. Now, it was a few weeks after that, in late July, that Stephen emailed me a copy of his latest article under the subject banner, The Old Neighborhood, right? Because I had actually moved 9 months earlier further up to Washington Heights. Stephen thought it might be of interest because he wrote in the email, quote, it's about COVID and the micropolitics of race. In any case, I hope you enjoy it. If you get a chance to take a look, all best, Stephen. So we never got to have that lunch we planned to discuss his article, which became Race and the Infrapolitics of Public Space in the Time of COVID-19, The Case of Harlem. That was posthumously published, I believe, in the American Ethnologist earlier this year. In this last article, his site was Broadway, and his case study was Toast. Its patrons, its workers, we hear their voices, their frustrations, their aspirations. His exquisite photos really capture the luminosity of what he would write is the hodgepodge of improvised wood and plexiglass structures decorated with holiday lights span the entire block, creating a lively, festive atmosphere at night in spite of the pandemic, end quote. His analytic prose showcased his brilliance at being attentive to the subtle details of the socio-spatial processes, the ebbs and flows in this small block along Broadway, right? Noting, quote from the article, the symbolic violence of gentrification has contributed to and exacerbated the slow violence of racial dispossession, end quote. I think this last piece showcased Stephen's intellectual gifts, how attuned Stephen was to observing through his conversations, his publications, and his camera, the nuances of daily life in a sea of structural, economic, political, and social riptides in places like Harlem, Boca Chica, and Corona, and elsewhere. So from the urban to the political, from the Acropolis to the Valley, our 4 panels this afternoon will thoughtfully engage Stephen Gregory's rich contributions and take stock of his influence on a range of disciplines: African American and African diaspora studies, anthropology, urban studies, geography, and so much more. But also significant is that today's offers an opportunity to share our stories as colleagues and friends and students and mentees and neighbors and more, and to remember Stephen's humor, as Kellie pointed out, his curmudgeonliness sometimes, his curiosity, but also his absolute brilliance and intelligence. So I wanted to share a little about today's format. We're going to begin the first half called Seeing the Valley, Black Urban Spaces, which will be the first 2 panels, which will run from 1:30 to 3. We'll take a break. There's tea, coffee, cookies, and fruit in the back. And then from 3:20 to 5 p.m., we'll have the second part, which is Facing the Acropolis, the infra-political practices of resistance. And then, you know, folks can share stories. I know there's some folks here who most certainly would like to share their reflections. And then, as Kellie mentioned, there's an exhibition of Stephen's photographs curated by myself, Diedra Harris-Kelley, and Stephen's daughter, Susan Gregory. And that will be continuously shown during the event till we end at 7 p.m., and there'll also be food and beverage available. But I do, because I know some people will be coming and going, but I do want to also recognize and thank our organizing committee for this event, which included Vanessa Agar-Jones, Arlene Zavella, Farah Jasmine Griffin, and Javari S. Allen. Javari unfortunately could not join us today, but our thoughts are with him and his family. I also want to thank our collaborators in today's events, the Center for the Study of Ethnicity and Race, the Institute for the Study of Sexuality and Gender, the Institute for Comparative Literary Studies, the Dean's Office and the Division of Social Sciences and the Faculty of Arts and Sciences and the Department of Anthropology. I should also always mention that today would not be possible without the support and care of Sean Mendoza and Sharon Harris and the assistance of our students, Olivia Pearson, James Jennings, Josh Agubata, and Luna Eaton, as well as Columbia's amazing AV support and the staff here at Faculty House. Okay, and so with that, I am going to introduce Obery Hendricks, who will host and moderate this first panel. Obery Hendricks is a lifelong social activist and one of the foremost commentators on the intersection of religion and political economy in America. He is the most widely read and perhaps most influential African-American biblical scholar writing today. His recent book, Christians Against Christianity, How Right-Wing Evangelicals Are Destroying Our Nation and Our Faith, 2021, has gathered wide acclaim. Professor Hendricks is an adjunct professor in African American and African Diaspora Studies and in the Department of Religion here at Columbia University. So I'm going to turn this over to Obery.
Afternoon. Thank you, Mabel, for that wonderful and heartfelt introduction to this afternoon's work, and to Stephen Gregory, our beloved colleague. Our first panel this afternoon is entitled "Listening to Lives, Seeing Livelihoods." And I'd like to introduce this panel of distinguished scholars. In fact, every panel would be full of distinguished scholars today, but I have the pleasure of being able to introduce the first distinguished panel. First, we have Professor Diedra Harris-Kelley, who is co-director of the Romare Bearden Foundation. Harris Kelly earned an MFA from the University of Michigan. She taught studio art at New York University, Parsons School of Design studio program, and elementary school program. She currently teaches a seminar course at Barnard College, and she was a member of the curatorial team of jazz at Lincoln Center. Professor Harris Kelly. Next we have Professor Elizabeth Chin, who's a professor in the MFA program Media Design Practices at ArtCenter College of Design in Pasadena, California. She's currently an editor-in-chief of American Anthropologist, the flagship journal of the American Anthropological Association. Welcome, Professor Chin, please. And last, we have with us Professor Patricia Zavella, who is Professor Emerita of Latin America and Latino Studies at the University of California, Santa Cruz. Her most recent book is The Movement for Reproductive Justice, Empowering Women of Color Through Social Activism. She serves on the boards of two reproductive justice nonprofit organizations, and I must say that I'm looking forward to reading that particular book. Please welcome all of our panelists. Professor Jerry Philogene was supposed to be here this afternoon, but COVID has gotten in the way yet again, so he won't be here today. So we look forward to hearing the wonderful observations and analyses of this great panel. Let's begin with Professor Harris Kelly.
Okay. Are you okay? I'm a doctor, so can I attend to you? You seem like you're having a hard time. You drink some liquid. Obery. Okay.
Doctor, Professor
I'm not. Okay.
Harris Kelly.
I'm just saying you need to drink some liquids, that's all. Okay.
You can tell she's my sister.
All right. Okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't stand for it.
Yes, you would. All right.
Yeah, I would.
Good afternoon. I'm so happy to see all these faces, and I know it's early in the day, but I think you're in for a real treat today, and it's good to be together, right? It's good to be out and together. It's been a long time, and I'm just thrilled. I had the distinct honor of being asked to co-curate this exhibition that you'll see in the other room, initially with C. Daniel Dawson, who's not here, but I'm sure everyone in the community knows who Danny is. He's an artist of photography, curator, one of my collaborators, and Stephen's colleague here at Columbia. Hopefully he'll make it here. It was Danny who really is, with his enthusiasm and interest in photography, got me interested and showed me how to look at photography. We worked on a project, several projects, but one project we worked on was with the Infoco and Kamonge collectives, which Danny is a member of. And at Jazz at Lincoln Center, we worked with Bob O'Meally. We were a curating team, and we worked on some photographic exhibitions and others, but namely, we worked on Chuck Stewart, the great jazz photographer, Herman Leonard's jazz work, and the great Frank Stewart, who's lively and alive and here. And Frank Stewart also is a person who traveled and hung out with Romare Bearden. So as many of you know, that's my thing, Romare Bearden. So Frank is a good friend and colleague as well.
But I had no idea the scope and range of Stephen's work. So I just dove in with Danny's blessing and Mabel and Farah. I saw some of the photos he had captured of campus events. Okay, let's see, which way do I, okay. I saw some of the photos he captured at campus events and luminous portraits of our dear Farah, who can't take a bad picture, so that doesn't really count. I wasn't prepared for the depth and volume of his output. With the leadership of Mabel Wilson, the scholar, curator, and former student of Stephen's at NYU, and with the generosity of Susan, Stephen's daughter, we were able to come here today with a beautiful glimpse of Stephen Gregory's immense archive of photography and the resulting virtual exhibition we titled Stephen Gregory, Meditations. Did I, oh, okay. Is that working? No, that's not.
Yes.
Okay.
Fine.
It's a little wobbly. Okay. You'll see it later. It's a beautiful title slide. What you will see is only a small selection of the treasure trove of prints that were offered for this occasion. These were among the many photographs that Stephen's daughter gathered from his personal collection and that she could physically carry here for us to view and digitize. We know there are many more prints and possibly hundreds of negatives. The photographs arrived to us carefully stacked in an assortment of photo boxes, but in no particular order that we were sure of. We approached them carefully, separating them into folders and labeling the boxes in such a way that we would be able to find our way back to the order in which Stephen had left them or Susan had brought them. And like so many archives, there's plenty of mystery about when, where, how, why. There was a variety of patinas, papers, printing methods, borders, locales, and of course, no titles. What we did know is he took the picture taking seriously, hence the stacks and stacks of photos actually printed out as opposed to stuck in the memory storage chip of his camera or photo or phone. That's Stephen for any of you who didn't recognize him there. And we knew that Stephen was likely taking pictures seriously since the late 1970s when he attended Pratt Institute, earning both a BFA in film and an MS in art education. And we knew, while at Pratt, he encountered one of the great black photographers, Louis Draper. Louis Draper taught there and was one of the founders of the previously mentioned Kumonge Collective. Draper was known for depicting what he knew best, African Americans. He was interested in emphasizing their humanity. He says about a series of photographs of garment workers, as the one in the top right, I didn't want to make them anonymous people pulling carts and so forth. I was trying to get at something about a thought pattern or some internal thing that they were about as individuals. And then I look at one of Stephen's portraits of a policeman. We knew that some of the photographs could possibly be dated by the books and articles they accompanied, but we can't be sure. Like this one that appeared, this one that appeared in Stephen's book, The Devil Behind the Mirror. It's labeled here for the printer, so it's spec'd up for appearing in the book, but we don't know whether it was when it was actually produced and how it came to the book, or whether he did them for the book. We're not sure. Or this one that was taken near the Toast restaurant, which was one of his favorite spots, as Mabel mentioned. This one was actually dated 2021 when it accompanied that article. The article wasn't actually published until 2022. We also know he shot with a Leica camera through Mabel, which she said and she remembered. I imagined him as an old school street photographer wandering through Harlem and the Dominican Republic, always with a camera around his neck. Perhaps at some point it was an ethnographer's tool, at others an artist impulse. We could tell the perspectives were mostly uncropped, or cropped in the camera, as they say, free of filters and distortions. Mabel wrote for the exhibition that Stephen's photography conveys a compelling intermingling of intellectual reflection with the intimacies of social life. So with what we know and don't know, what still needs to be researched and analyzed, we arrived at 6 very general categories of arrangement. Viewers today will experience the work on double screens, carefully timed and looped for your viewing pleasure. And I hope that you will take time and really sit down and look at the work. We don't offer a timeline. Black and white images show next to color. There's no artist statement. Try to think of this as an art gallery style 2-channel informal format digital experience. Know that it's an enormous archive to know and understand. We offer a jam-packed preview of more to come as things get sorted and assessed. Given time, other stories will surface. I didn't know Stephen as well. I didn't know Stephen as well as many of the people you will hear from today. Besides running into him at events, one semester I saw him quite often in the IRAAS office when our classes overlapped. But I'd see him occasionally off campus too, on the scene in Harlem. I remember a time at a performance at Marcus Garvey Park, we shared a bench and he showed me some of the pictures he was capturing in his camera. Mostly the crowd and vibe. We chatted about summer and he was proud to say he was playing guitar more. He was a scholar with an eye and an ear for beauty and culture. I'm attracted as a painter to some of the puzzling views. All throughout Stephen's work, I saw the magic that photographers can make. When taking it all in from a bridge above or below, or sideways, which is the same photograph. We're not sure which direction it goes, but it's fascinating. Or the moments that can only be reached by being in the right place at the right time and on a certain level, or with a keen focus or friendly face, and having a camera around your neck. It was Stephen's colleagues and friends who knew that any celebration of his life would be incomplete without a consideration of this expression. This show honors them too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Diedra, for giving us such a loving sense of the breadth and the depth of Stephen's work. Mm-hmm. And his love for the people, mm-hmm. and his feel for the street. Mm-hmm. You see all of that. I, mm-hmm. particular, am very touched by the photo of my laughing granddaughter, mm-hmm. Farrah, mm-hmm. At our wedding mm-hmm. that Stephen mm-hmm. took. And isn't that beautiful? Yes. Yeah, she's a grown mother now. But yeah, thank you so much. This is very, very, mm-hmm. very, mm-hmm. very touching. Mm-hmm. My God. Mm-hmm. Well, whew.
Enjoy the show.
We'll now be hearing from Dr. Chin. Thank mm-hmm. you so much.
I won't.
Oh, you don't need that.
Yeah,
okay.
No.
Good for you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, but of course a sad pleasure. You know, I live in Los Angeles, and I left my puffy coat in an Uber last night.
Oh, my.
And so I'm here wearing my Vaudouisans Against Racism sweatshirt.
All right.
To stay warm, which, you know, I was like, this is not appropriate for this occasion. And then as I was thinking about Stephen and his work and spending more time with his work in preparation for this, you know, I started to think, well, maybe there's a reason that I need to wear this here today. And I am nothing if not good at taking my messages from the loi. And it struck me that, you know, just this sentence or statement, Vaudouisans Against Racism, is something that would have been a very Stephen kind of thing to get behind. And it has both the spirit and the politics that were really central to his work. So I'm wearing it with pride in his honor. And I was so struck, again, I think, spending time particularly with The Devil in the Mirror for putting some thoughts together here today. You know, I had strayed a bit from anthropology for a while, and now I'm very deep in it as the editor of this journal. And I spend all my day reading anthropology articles. And Stephen's writing is deceptively simple, right? So clear, but that kind of clear that's, you know, the Caribbean water where you can see to the bottom. And so, you know, I want to say sophisticated, but it's not a fancy sophisticated, right? It's the kind of clarity that comes with not just experience, but you know, a massive amount of craft. And I was especially spending time with the chapter in Devil in the Mirror, Devil Behind the Mirror, where he's talking in great detail about Haitians in the Dominican Republic. And he particularly follows one character, one person, Gérard. And he says something at the end of the chapter, which is that Haitians are living in the Dominican Republic as both criminalized and racialized. And what this results in is a kind of, he says, their bodies are prime targets for metaphorical thinking. Mm. And that statement made me go back and read the whole chapter again to see how elegantly he had put all of the pieces for that there without saying that's what he was doing, right? And it takes, it's just an amazing thing to be able to do, to be able to write with such clarity, to be able to have been there in this place with such, and people have talked about it already, with such presence and with such witnessing what's happening. And part of what he's able to do so beautifully as well is not get caught up in what's the truth, which particularly in the situation he was in and his interlocutors, where the truth is always contingent on what's happening around you and the kinds of dilemmas that people are managing. So Gérard had crafted for himself a Dominican identity and had papers in the name of Máximo Gómez, who was a Dominican who fought in Cuba's War of Independence and was famous for dynamiting passenger trains. and burning plantations down in what Haitians might call the coupe tête boule kai approach to diplomacy, which is cut their heads off, burn the house down. Another ethnographer might have taken these stories and these people and sort of turned it into a tale of intrigue and adventure, right? Or sort of have gone the knee-deep in pathos approach. But Stephen, again, with this clarity that he has this, I can't help but speak in the present tense because the writing is here. It's intimate, it's honest, it's sophisticated, it's simple in the most powerful and important way. And not only are these people complicated, but Stephen is too. And at one point, he essentially blabs to some other people that Gerard has AIDS, and a few months later, Gerard confronts him. And you can almost see Stephen sort of, like scrabbling in the air like Wile E. Coyote, And he's like, well, I didn't say that you had it. I said that other people said that you'd had it. Which captures, again, the complexity and contradictions that happen in field work and the way that they get managed. Part of the power of this, again, this writing and this orientation toward people and these dilemmas, which are, again, as he is describing and analyzing, they're about the politics of space, the politics of globalization, the politics of identity, but all very much through actual people. It's never abstracted into a principle, right? He wasn't trying to build a beautiful edifice, right? Or, a sort of castle in the air, or even, I think, leave a kind of academic legacy. He was just doing the work. And I think his ferocity on that point will be addressed by people later who turn to the book that he was writing at the time that he passed. But part of his complexity, as others have mentioned, was also a sense of humor. And one time, Arlene Davila, who's a good friend of ours and a very good friend of Stephen's, she had passed him a paper of mine to read. And his response to the paper was, "Is she married?" Which I just thought was like the best compliment ever. But I took that response as an offer of kinship. And so once I'm home in LA, I'll add his photo to the place where people's photos are, and I'll light a candle and some incense and thank him for the gifts that he has left us with that continue to nourish so many like him, who seek to navigate impossible circumstances and using scholarship as a means to communicate to others a vision of and commitment to what is possible.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry you left your buffer coat in the Uber.
It's okay, I bought it at the thrift store. So.
But I do think that sweatshirt is very appropriate. Thank you so much. And now, Dr. Zavella. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a real honor to be here from Santa Cruz, California. So I met Stephen when he co-edited the anthology Race with Roger Sanjak that was published in 1994. And at the time, anthropology was really sort of mired in the there's no biological basis of race stance, which is true, but it ignores the fundamental processes of racialization set in motion by colonialism, global capitalism, and neoliberalism that affects people around the globe and is an ongoing process of construction. So the collection really was innovative. It brought together luminous scholars of color, drawing on autoethnographic research in multiple settings, and really illustrating the diverse ways in which anthropologists have theorized race and racialization processes. Since then, anthropology has taken a more critical and complex stance toward race, but this anthology clearly shaped the conversation about the nuances of race and racialization, and Stephen's thoughts were foundational. So through conversations about the book, we sort of bonded with our agnostic stance toward anthropology, with its colonial legacy and ongoing silences about the work and contributions of people of color. I just ran into someone at the AAA meetings who disclosed that right about this time, she had written something for Anthropology News about race, and basically it was censored. Anthropologists really didn't know how to confront the complexities of race. And yet we remained committed ethnographers, and Stephen was a proud member of the Association of Black Anthropologists. It was the late 1990s or so when I ran into Stephen at the American Anthropological Association meetings, and I looked forward to the meetings in part because we would always have these wonderful conversations. And as folks have pointed out, Stephen was a great storyteller, and he liked to tell jokes, and he was fun to hang out with, so we sort of bonded. But this time I noticed something different, and I asked him, why are we speaking in Spanish? We had never done that before. And he excitedly told me that he had learned Spanish for a new project in the Dominican Republic. And he dropped little glimmers of information, so I was really intrigued, and so I sought out the book, and then I reread it again in preparation for these comments, and what a distinguished contribution. So The Devil Behind the Mirror, Globalization and Politics in the Dominican Republic, which won multiple awards, offers the best of ethnographic research. Stephen provides finely crafted descriptions about the quotidian struggles that Dominicans face in relation to deep poverty, migration to and from the United States, and the context of the global tourist industry and local neoliberal, social, and cultural impediments to success where folks are just trying to survive. Set in the afterlife of the Trujillo regime, where violence disrupted the entire society, tourism flourishes through governmental support and caters to vacationers from the global north. Set on the Dominican Republic's glorious beaches with warm water and myriad palm trees, tourism has been privatized in all-inclusive resorts that are set apart from locals through the construction of walls and bridges and securitized access, much like other places in the Caribbean where local people can't just go to the beach. You have to pay to play. Tourists from the United States and Europe come with racialized bodies in mind, looking to consume local culture, food, recreation, and sex, and are guided to remain within resorts rather than venture into local communities where vendors and businesses would benefit from tourist traffic, and tourists would get a hint of real Dominican life. Stephen examines the complex labor arrangements that center around tourism, in which informal workers of various types, vendors, brokers, construction workers, or sex workers, especially Haitians, who are surveilled endlessly. He argues that the policing of citizenship, the way in which people daily are asked to show their papers, through race, gender, and class, influenced appraisals of identity and was a leading technology of power. He argues persuasively that fields of antagonism in late capitalism are shaped by, quote, political cleavages that result from the social and spatial structuring of the division of labor that is indissolubly economic, political, and symbolic. Further, he contests the celebration of transnationalism that was going on at the time in anthropology and states, to argue that place matters is not to reduce the spatial concerns of residents to a sentimental sense of belonging or to a static cultural repertoire that was being disordered in the face of transnational processes. As the case of La Unión demonstrates, residents drew on experiences and discourses at a variety of scales, local, national, and transnational. Stephen wasn't an out feminist as far as I know, but his feminist practice includes using intersectional theory and being attentive to gender. He analyzes the experiences of women. He uses the term sex workers that the women themselves preferred, for example, and he provides a really nice sense of the way in which women, particularly young women, get drawn into sex work in relation to tourism. And there's actually a fair amount of scholarship on sex work in Latin America. But unlike that other scholarship that only focuses on the women, Stephen also presents a full critique of what he calls imperial masculinity, about men traveling for sex with racialized, sexualized assumptions and desires. And it really is all about control over women's bodies and women's lives. And it's this really lovely, he hangs out at bars with some of these men and he illustrates the silliness and the dumbness of some of the things that men say in relation to sex workers they're trying to find. Stephen also hired a woman research assistant who organized interviews and gave him feedback about his analysis, even disagreeing with him on occasion. Stephen included long quotations of her interview process with an interlocutor to illustrate her Freirean dialogic approach that enabled interlocutors to talk back to the powers that be. And he sort of really noticed she was, unlike an anthropologist, she really was, engaging in this, dialogue with interlocutors. And then he admitted the result of this dialogue led me to appreciate the importance of the issue of citizenship to understanding the politics of neoliberal economic restructuring. And citizenship was really one of his key points of analysis. And he goes on to recognize that the concept of participant observation was, at best, an awkward evasion of a more complex and political process of ethnographic co-investigation and mutual reflection. Rarely has an ethnographer spoken so openly about working with an assistant, a process often hidden yet invaluable for whatever acclaim is offered for the work. Further, Stephen's citation practices are impeccable, generous, and diverse, and includes everything from Marx to semiotics to women's labor in Latin America and the Caribbean. In an era where Black feminists had to start a Cite Black Women movement, this is significant. Stephen's writing, as people have remarked, is concise and elegant and really beautifully done, very elegantly, organically illustrates the complexity of people's lives and the way in which they live in the shadow of a tourist-based economy built on sexualized, racialized assumptions about the Dominican Republic and its people. In all of his work, Stephen offers analyses of members of the Black diaspora that honors people's agency, yet never shies away from making them fully human, which means we meet complex characters strategically contending with powerful economic, social, and cultural forces. I want to end on a personal note. Every time I went to AAA, I looked forward to hanging out with Stephen and then coming to New York City, hanging out with him again. So it sort of feels kind of sad that I'm not going to see him this time. But I would also meet with my friends, Arlene Davila, who will speak later today, and Iris Lopez. And invariably, Stephen's name would come up. He was a good friend to all of us. And we sympathized with his self-consciousness. Stephen sort of moved awkwardly in the world somehow, and yet was this amazing ethnographer. And we always found him to be sweet, brilliant, and witty with sharp barbs for oppressive forces. I miss my friend, but I know he's smiling upon us, his fedora tilted back, and loving this gathering of people who cared for him.
Thank you. Thank you so much for these reflections, all of you. Right now, we'd like to open up for a few questions. If anyone has a question they can ask and maintain their composure, which we on the panel are having a hard time doing. Any questions? Observations you'd like to share? Well, I'd like to, yes.
I just want to thank everyone for that amazing witnessing about this generous man, Stephen Gregory, who I first met at Arlene Davila's house in 2001 or 2, Arlene. And I know how emotional this is. We've lost all these amazing people who died too soon. The question I have is a methodological one about how Stephen navigated, and I know it's an emotional moment, so whoever can feel it and feels up to it, that's okay. How did the profession respond to Stephen's posture, progressive, political, engaged? When I was here at Columbia for 3 years, he shared with me his draft of the book on Manhattanville, the first article that appeared. And Stephen didn't pull any punches. At his own institution, we would just stop, and he would just like, and I was in Prentice Hall across from Manhattanville, and we would talk over and over and over again about the protocols and procedures of the encroachment of this university into Harlem, which, as we know, echoes what happened in 68 and 69. So I guess my question for the anthropologists on the table is, how did his colleagues receive him over the many years of his work and life?
I'll go first. You know, right around the year 2000, there was a major shift within anthropology. We organized what we still call the dissident celebration. And so Association of Black Anthropologists, Association of Latino, and Latinx Anthropologists, Association of Latin American and Caribbean Anthropology, et cetera, all the small sections of people of color organized this reception/dance that still continues. And it was a new moment, and I think there is a critical mass of scholars of color who are very critical of anthropology. And so among that critical mass, I think Stephen's work was very well received, and we all really liked him. Anthropology is slowly changing. If you read the sort of the daily community news, there are some folks who are really committed to defending, you know, the classic anthropology. I'm part of a group of Latinx scholars that just published, I'll put a shameless plug, a book called Ethnographic Refusals, Unruly Latinidades, where we're really pushing back on the classic ethnographic, the lone scholar goes out and studies the folk kind of approach, and instead we talks about the way in which we need to honor our interlocutors' concerns. We need to put their concerns before ours. We need to allow them to speak back to the powers that be. We need to do a different kind of radical listening process and a process of accompaniment. So in that context, I think people really appreciated Stephen's contributions.
Other questions? Observations? Well, while you're formulating, I'd like to share my experience of Stephen Gregory. I first met Stephen Gregory to the point that I got tired of hearing about him when I first met Farrah Griffin. I guess I met him a few months in the flesh a few months later. And I found him to be such a down brother, and we talked about our stints in the Black nationalist movement of the 60s, 70s. Well, he was a Black Panther. I was in the Black cultural nationalist movement. And it was amazing to talk to a brother who was such an accomplished scholar, but still had his feet so firmly on the ground. And such a loving and good and generous brother, and funny, and amazingly vulnerable as well. And what a pleasure. And so it became clear to me why Farrah was so enamored of Stephen. I mean, there were times when we were dating that I couldn't get a date because she wouldn't break a lunch date with Stephen. And I came to value him just as much. What a legacy he has left us. You have something to share? What a legacy he has left us. And one of the themes that we've heard over and over again is his feel for the people and his love for the people. And it's amazing to hear scholars talk about a colleague like that. Thank you. You have a comment? What were you gesturing about, Farrah? Oh, you had a question.
Yeah. Well, first I wanted to thank all of you because everything you said just so resonated. And Elizabeth, I have a coat if you need it. So I mean, I'd be more than happy to give you this coat.
We're getting rid of a lot of coats.
I have a lot of coats, right? But Diedra, I had a question for you about the photographs. And so I wanted to know if you thought that there is a project in those photographs. I know that we had talked about a larger exhibition, but as I heard you talk about them and just have seen some of the ones that you and Susan and Mabel have selected, I'm wondering if there's like a volume of photographs,
There's
you know.
probably three volumes, maybe 3 or 4 volumes. You know, we noticed that some of the sections that we pulled out, I mean, we wanted to show the whole section of the work from Manhattanville and the whole section of work from The Devil Behind the Mirror. And I think what we sorted or what fell into piles were these beautiful portraits. So there's a section called Picturing Black Portraits. And then there's a very large section on, forgetting the title now that we gave it. Black Everyday People and Places. And so even within that there these sub-cultures. But I do think that seeing it together is also a way that a project would work because he was borrowing, and you could see his vision through some of the spaces, particularly in this section with people and places. You can see where he's attracted to these sort of abstract forms of architecture, and then people are walking through in some of them, and so they become sort of the part of the architecture, but in a very lovingly way. And even when there are no people, when it's absent of people, the light, the color is just so lovingly captured, and very painterly. So I could see, you know, often with photographers, they'll separate the black and the white from the color. I think it all works together with his work. And I'm very curious because there were a lot of printed work. So I'm wondering if he had a project in mind. Because nowadays we don't even print it out of but he was very serious about his photography, and over the years it just seems like he actually did the printing or had them printed. And so I think we just need to sit with them for a long time and really see what stories surface. I think quite a few volumes could come out of this work.
Yes.
Follow up the same question because
Microphone, please.
oh, sorry. It's a follow-up to the same question about the pictures and the images. And I was wondering if there's any relation with the website that he had. I don't think that website is up anymore, but there was a website with all the pictures where I believe there was some kind of division of topics and themes that I imagine he did, right? And it would be fantastic. And there was, I believe there was a section on activism, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And it would be great to continue that conversation and perhaps use some of the categories if there's an archive of that website.
Yeah, we were not able to find it, but maybe someone could do a deep dive. Yeah.
Wow. So it would be great, those of us who saw that website, if we could recall the categories, because there were a couple distinct categories. I remember there was a whole section on subways, I think.
Oh, okay.
And activism, for sure. He was always documenting resistance.
We did see quite a
parades.
few marches. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a whole category, too. So, yeah, because it's, yeah.
There's a lot of work that needs to be done. I mean, really sitting with the photographs, trying to date them, and looking at their the production of them. Beautiful processes. Some of the photos are really gorgeous.
Any other questions, comments, engagement? Panelists, any closing comments you'd like to share? Well, please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists.
Thank you, Obery.
We'll have a short break. Is that correct? We're going to go directly. We're going to go directly to the next panel. Thank you so much for your comments. That was fun.
I like your style of moderating.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Don't tell anybody, but I'm a fan of yours.
Okay, we're just going to make a quick shift. And so we'll be beginning with our next panel, which is the spatial politics against global anti-Blackness. We ready? All right, great. Okay, we're going to start the next panel. And so I'm going to introduce Frank Garritti, who is our host moderator. Frank Garritti is a professor of history and African American and African diaspora studies and the executive director of the Eric H. Holder Initiative for Civil and Political Rights at Columbia University. He's an award-winning historian whose research focuses on sports history, urban history, and the history of American social movement. So welcome, my colleague, Frank. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I am honored to be here. Honored is the only word that came to mind. Excited is not the word honored. And that first panel, we have a lot. It's going to be tough to follow that one up, but I think we will do a great job just trying to bear witness and testify to Stephen Gregory's extraordinary influence in our world. So this session is entitled Spatial Politics Against Global Anti-Blackness. And I'm going to introduce our panelists. Of course, the bios I'm going to read are very short, do not account for the extraordinary achievements of their careers, but I just want us to get us introduced and started and continue this wonderful reflection on Stephen's life and work. So our first panelist will be Professor Jacqueline Nassy Brown, who, of course, as you know, Associate Professor of Anthropology at Hunter College and the CUNY Grad Center. She is, of course, the author of the well-known Dropping Anchor, Setting Sail, Geographies of Race in Black Liverpool, among many, many other publications. Professor Brown, thank you for joining us today. Our next panelist is Anthony Johnson, who is a freelance writer and scholar and recently served as an ACLS Leading Edge Fellow with PEN America, where he managed initiatives on access to literature for incarcerated people. Johnson holds a PhD in anthropology from the CUNY Grad Center and a master's in African American Studies from Columbia University. Johnson occasionally writes for Africa as a Country. Please welcome Anthony Johnson. Our third panelist today is Professor Brandi Summers, who is Associate Professor of Geography at the University of California, Berkeley. She's the author, of course, of Black in Place, The Spatial Aesthetics of Race in a Post-Chocolate City. Dr. Summers' research examines the relationship between and function of race, space, urban infrastructure, and architecture. Please join me in welcoming Professor Summers. So we're going to follow the format, if that's okay with the panelists, that we've just sort of beautifully executed in the last panel. About, short reflections on Stephen Gregory's life and work, and we'll have a conversation with you all. So we'll start with Professor Brown.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I want to thank Kelly and Mabel and all of the members of the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in this very meaningful event. I counted Stephen as a friend and a comrade. I shared with him a love for anthropology and a desire to use its particular ethos and method for an understanding of Black life. One of my loveliest memories of Stephen was when, many years ago, when he visited UC Santa Cruz on the publication of Black Corona, he and I attended a talk by a prominent scholar of race who was not an anthropologist. We left as the Q&A was about to begin. The moment we were out of earshot, Stephen exclaimed, "God bless anthropology." This exclamation was prompted by the high level of theoretical abstraction that the scholar brought to bear, which itself wouldn't have been a problem were it not for the talk's utter lack of any grounding in the lives, never mind the political thought of real people. Stephen was the ultimate anthropologist. And with that in mind, I want to say that I can't speak to the spatiality of global anti-Blackness, which is the theme of this panel, not in Stephen's work, because that phrase doesn't resonate with my understanding of his intellectual spirit or his political focus. Rather than global anti-Blackness, I think Stephen's work speaks more to local Blackness. Whether in Corona, Santo Domingo, or Harlem, Stephen's work highlighted Black people's specific political practices, the desires that animate them, and their effects. In Black Corona, he says that, quote, my general aim is to restore both history and politics to discussions of contemporary Black urban life through an analysis of community activism. Unquote. Stephen's work is deeply concerned with the spatiality of racial politics. After all, the subtitle of Black Corona is Race and the Politics of Place in an Urban Community. Published in 1998, Black Corona should be considered a foundational text within the exciting and still emergent field known as Black geographies. Yet he examines the spatiality of Black life with a deep commitment to ethnography. I think ethnography meant so much to Stephen not only because it illuminates social and political phenomena in ways that we might not be able to apprehend otherwise, but also because it gave him the opportunity to theorize from the ground up. That is, by beginning with the everyday ways that ordinary Black people act in and on the world. From the ground up. How, for example, Arthur Hayes of East Elmhurst would go around his neighborhood looking for signs in need of replacement so that he could file a report at the next Civic Association meeting. About this, Stephen writes, quote, "In reading the signs of neighborhood, the sites of struggle, sacrifice, achievement, and defeat, Hayes was also constructing a community identity, a we who organized to get this public school, who fought for traffic lights at this crossing, who mortgaged our homes to build this church," unquote. Aside from ground-up thinking, another highly important dimension of spatiality in Stephen's work relates to the power of normalized geographic boundaries to constrain Black action vis-a-vis local governing bodies, and the way Black people thwarted that power. In several instances, Black activists would orient their political actions in what they eventually realized were overly localized ways. Triumphant moments in Black Corona show us Black people recognizing that they should be organizing with people in adjacent neighborhoods or in different political districts, rather than staying within the confines of their own block associations or community boards. In one political campaign, Black people of Queens realized that they needed to join forces with organizers in Manhattan working on the same issue. I cannot help but read a bit of Stephen's ethnography on this issue. This is on the bottom of 223. He's quoting an interlocutor who went to Manhattan to organize or meet people in Manhattan to organize. She says, "They thought we came from Mars." Cumberbatch told me after the visit, "It was so funny. We got there a little late and we were the only 3 Black people in the room. Everyone else was white. And they really didn't know who the hell we were and why we were there. I don't know if it was because we were Black or because we lived in Queens or both, but they gave us the cold shoulder." And another interlocutor adds, "That's how parochial they were. I extended an invitation to them to get involved with us and not be so provincial. And I said that I was shocked to see New Yorkers, Manhattanites, so provincial in their thinking." Reflecting on these kinds of moments, these might not strike you in terms of the political maneuvers going on as spectacular or monumental. But these are precisely the kinds of examples of the spatiality of Black political practice that Stephen identified as deeply consequential and which he thus analyzed in depth. In relation to the specifically racial content of people's spatial politics, one example that Stephen highlighted concerned the class-based discourse among Black homeowners. He argued that while their positions could be read as NIMBYism, their positions also reflected these Blacks' historically attuned sense of racial justice. In this example and myriad others in Black Corona, Stephen never shied away from complexity, conflict, and contradiction within Black political ideology and practice. Speaking of which, in my view, the term anti-Blackness highlights the agency of white people and the agents and institutions of white supremacy as these seek to determine Black life and the meanings of Blackness itself. All of these are important themes. Stephen's work directs our attention elsewhere. While he attends to Black people's acute awareness of and responses to racism and to the racialized implications and effects of social policies and discourses, past and present, Stephen also captured the beauty and complexity of Blackness, that is, on Black people's terms. Stephen offers this vision to us by focusing on formations of community and political activism and by focusing at one and the same time on the myriad pleasures that Black people derive from each other and from Black culture. The fact that he gives us all of this all at once is the hallmark of Stephen's contribution to the study of Black people, Black experience, Black life. Although I resist drawing Stephen's work into a discussion of the spatiality of global anti-Blackness, I do want to highlight how his work helps us understand our current political milieu on the national level. In recent election seasons, we have come to hear, at least on MSNBC, many pundits admit that Black women are the backbone of the Democratic Party, that Black women organize within the party, they get out to vote, they show up to vote. Stephen's work helps us understand this phenomenon through his minute and hence illuminating attention to the local. In that spirit, I want to end with a passage from the conclusion of Black Corona. Here, Stephen is describing, I have to pause to say, I need all of you, when you get home, or I'll pass around my copy, everyone must look at page 250 of this book to see how Stephen used a photograph to actually document Black women in the political electoral process. He was on this in 1995, right? Anyway, in relation to this specific, I lost my place now. Here, Stephen is describing a scholarship dinner dance held by the East Elmhurst Corona Civic Association in 1995. Importantly, the passage includes a photograph of 4 Black women who the caption tells us, are discussing election returns. This is from page 250. With this passage, I give Stephen the last word. I hope you hear the loving depiction of Blackness here. After the ceremony, John Bell came over to our table and showed us the plaque he had just received. Selma Geraldo congratulated him and then frowned. Why do you always have to give such a long speech and hold up the dancing? She gestured at the band reassembling on the stage. Bell looked at me in mock frustration. You see, that's the problem with this country. Nobody ever wants to talk about politics. We need to use events like this to educate people about what... Geraldo interrupted. Don't you go and give us another one of your speeches. We just got finished with the last one. Glasses rattled as we all broke into laughter. Bell grinned and watched the dancers line up for the electric slide. It was at events like the Civic Association's dinner dance that the concepts of community, identity, and culture seemed most concrete to me, most dynamic, and most insinuated in the practice of politics. For it was by recollecting past struggles and achievements, producing shared meanings about the present, and dancing the electric slide, that residents of Corona and East Elmhurst constructed a Black community with complex and deeply historical commitments to social activism. And it was in shared laughter as much as shared suffering that Selma Geraldo, John Bell, and others found the strength and endurance to press these beliefs and commitments into the future. Thank you.
I'm so glad you've discussed Black Corona, and I mean you're absolutely right. The book is foundational, and it stands alone. I mean, just on the fact that he worked on Black folks in Queens, yes. You know, I mean, just that alone, it just gives you a sense of the expansiveness of his vision. And so there's so much to say about many things you've said. So, but I'd like to pass it on to Anthony Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, for those words. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this event, specifically Mabel Wilson for initially reaching out to me, Jackie and Arlene for your continuing to carry out Stephen's work with care, grace, and scholarly command. I want to offer my gratitude to the organizing committee of the celebration and the African American and African Diaspora Studies Department at Columbia University. Also, please forgive me if I left out anyone in my remarks. A sincerest thank you to you all as well. I am an urban anthropologist, and I was a student of Stephen's when I attended the Institute for Research in African American Studies from 2003 to 2005, also under the stewardship of that time Manning Marable. As a student of Black Studies, I've come to realize the importance of genealogy, the teachers and scholars that shape my intellectual pursuits and ways of thinking of the world, specifically the Black world. And as fate would have it, 2 people who have profoundly influenced me transitioned in the last 2 years, Leith Mullings and Stephen Gregory. With Stephen, the practice of genealogy continues to live on, and I'm fortunate enough to be here to articulate how his work continues to shape my beliefs in humanity, those seen and unseen, particularly in the fight of freedom and justice throughout the world. When I began preparing for this panel and leafed through Black Corona, I realized how much I had marked up the book. I made notes on almost every page, in margins and in between lines. And while I hadn't read it in years, so much of Stephen's approach to Black urban life has been a template of how I think critically about Black urban livelihoods, but also, as he put it, the political commitments of Black communities as well. In preparation for this talk, I found an old, grainy video of Stephen presenting Black Corona at the East Elmhurst Library in Queens on C-SPAN. The video, recorded in October 1998, featured Goatee Stephen. My takeaways from watching that video were that Stephen saw his study not only as an academic pursuit, but as a way to re-engage the community that gave him so much during the writing of this manuscript. He, of course, faced a barrage of questions from mostly older Corona East Helmhurst, Queens residents that suggested that he left out someone or something. But as one attendee put it, I believe it was a worthwhile effort. The force of the surly yet courteous New Yorkers was fully on display. Towards the end of the Q&A, a woman by the name of Miss Hubbard said, "I am so happy to see you. I thought you had gone out of style." Stephen replied, "Well, you haven't." The exchange, both affable and familiar, the way a black elder both teases and loves, shows affection through provocation, encapsulated Stephen's approach to study, to be with and of, to adapt, be resident, reticent, yet unflappable and assured. Miss Hubbard began her response by talking about a series of opinion pieces titled Community Lights that highlighted the accomplishments of black youth in the Corona area. Over the years, Miss Hubbard had written hundreds of these pieces and said to the group in the library, "All is not lost," a reference, I surmise, to contest popular media depictions of black youth in the 1990s, and how her community work and the scholarship of Black Corona aimed to disrupt and challenge fixed depictions of black communities in New York City and urban neighborhoods throughout the United States. And while this panel addresses how Stephen engaged the issue of anti-Blackness per se, I have long read both his methodological approach to urban communities and scholarly intent as defined by assets rather than deficits. First, he wanted to demonstrate the diversity of black urban life, whether that manifested in various class groupings or political thought. Second, he wanted to offer both a history of community, contextually framed by the political economic structures and embedded with an oral chronicling of events. Third, he wanted to challenge popular theoretical interventions that conflate or collapse difference, specifically within black communities in this case. Fourth, he wanted to understand and highlight the social practices of political struggle and the role that people and the communal institutions they take part in help them realize the significance of social identities constructed from cultural responses to power. Over the last year, I served as a research fellow at PEN America, the international literary and advocacy organization. During my time at Penn, I led a program on access to literature in prisons and became the point person on book censorship in prisons, book bans in prisons, and efforts by state or federal carceral institutions to limit access to literature or educational materials by way of new technologies like e-reader tablets or protest concerns that certain books could disrupt the stability or safety of prison life. As an anthropologist in this role, I wanted to elevate those most affected by book bans, those system impacted or formerly incarcerated. As a result, during Book Ban Week, I curated a series of writings and interviews on how these individuals did everything in their power to read. Throughout this process, I was reminded of Stephen's aim to challenge the myth of the isolated black ghetto, how I endeavored to challenge the myth of the super predator in carceral institutions, how Stephen questioned discourses that reified moral weaknesses or social disorganization within black communities, and how I wanted to highlight reading groups and book exchanges that existed behind prison walls. Throughout this process, I was also reminded of Stephen's prescient words after the death of Michael Brown in Ferguson, a suburb of my hometown, St. Louis. He said, "We must be critical of how discourses of black violence, chaos, and criminality are mobilized to delegitimize black resistance while conferring carte blanche to police repression." He reminded me to hold account institutions and powerful actors that, as he put it, kill when black people who had the audacity to comport themselves as if their rights as citizens were inalienable and protected by the full weight of the law. By reading, by requesting books, by passing them along, by repurposing literature to escape the rage of a CO or a warden, meant that these people inside embodied the weight of their humanity through books, in what little space they had, a cell. It is in those moments of pedagogy I remember both the vision and craft of Professor Stephen Gregory to illuminate the doing of everyday people, to resist, refuse, and disrupt outmoded tropes of Black urban communities and livelihoods. And that, like the woman at the East Elmhurst Library said, is a worthwhile effort. Thank you.
So well said. The doing of everyday people. It comes through in all of Stephen's work in so many extraordinary ways. Turn it over now to Brandi Summers.
Thank you, Frank. And I also want to echo the appreciation and gratitude for the organizers, and also especially the student workers who are furiously making sure everything is great. So I really appreciate that. It's actually really intimidating to be in a room with so much love because I didn't know Stephen Gregory. I was impacted by his work, but so far I think I'm the only one up here thus far who didn't know him. And so it's intimidating. I see how much love you had for him, and clearly I am sure he had for you. So I'm really appreciative and grateful to be here today. So I also wanted to say that being on this panel is great because I too have a very marked up version. And so when I was invited to come, I went to my shelf and I didn't realize I still had my grad school tabs. These are from grad school, and I have this clip in here. I don't know why, but I kept, generally when I reread books, I try to keep the original tabs and then add different colored pen to show how many times I actually read it and to see if I've picked up anything new or if I've read it differently or what's gone on. So it was wonderful to be able to come back to this book and see where I had exclamation points and stars and all kinds of things. So that's, again, why I appreciate being on this panel. So when I was thinking of putting together some thoughts, I was going to just take a bunch of block quotes that have been meaningful to me in the book, but you've taken all my quotes. I actually decided against that last night. I typically do this. I switch at the last minute and just decide to do something different, so bear with me. So I'm in the Department of Geography at UC Berkeley, but I was trained as a sociologist at UC Santa Cruz. And so, you know, I don't know how many of you know much about Santa Cruz sociology, but it's very heterodox. So I felt as though my training actually was closer to geography where I am now than it is other sociology departments. And so I was a sociologist, was past tense, that was heavily influenced by British cultural studies. And so when I was really trying to chart sociology's spatial turn, I started to see the ways that actually sociology was really inadequate for me to think through some of the questions that remained as I was transitioning from my dissertation to a book manuscript. And so in many ways, Professor Gregory's work helped me produce this really important bridge between sociology and actually geography through anthropology using this pinnacle text. In particular, his work was foundational to how I think we can think about the evolution of Black politics and Black middle class in particular, especially in places like Washington, D.C., which was the site of my first book. So despite the text being situated within anthropology, I see the ways that Professor Gregory has also explored how Blackness is imagined through specific geographic inquiries, specifically the ways that he was thinking against the notion of the Black ghetto by highlighting the complex and interrelatedness, of course, of race, class, and place. This work in particular coming about during this shift in anthropology, like in the late 1990s, when it was breaking or at least attempting to break from earlier traditions in cultural anthropology. So in many ways, Professor Gregory was engaged in these questions about Black identity and Black life that acknowledged how structures constitute meaning. He used political economy in ways to consider the broader structures of capitalism as a way to get there. Thinking about structure through this ethnographic exploration of Black people ended up being really important to how I formed my way of thinking about Black space. So even prior to the publication of Black Corona in 1998, Professor Gregory was thinking about the changing significance of race and class in Black communities, specifically related to socio-political questions that, to me, were much more robust than how many Black sociologists like William Julius Wilson were doing at the time. In my opinion, Black Corona remains one of the most brilliant and robust ethnographies, full stop. While the book probably served as an inspiration for many to deploy this kind of qualitative methodology in a thoughtful way, after my first reading of the book in grad school, I remember this, it became clear to me that I could never be an anthropologist and I could never be an ethnographer. Not because I thought it was terrible, actually it's because I didn't think I could actually learn to see like him. So we've talked a lot about the beauty of the language and kind of what comes off the page, but it was literally like, how did he see this? And so you have these everyday encounters with a public, and it's very difficult sometimes to get the pictures in your head, and especially being an artist that he was, to get the pictures on the paper. And I see in pictures as well, but I also find it hard to get what's up here down on the paper. So I know that there's some kind of distance between what's in my head and, again, what I write. So I really never thought I could write like that because it would be difficult to actually see. And so his writing goes beyond thick description. His depictions of the most mundane places and spaces jump off the page. But it was his epistemological vision that was so beautiful and rigorous. It felt like this kind of talent, again, this ability to see, and much more importantly, how to see Black life, was innate. It was not something that could be learned, and I still feel this way. It's outstanding work. Professor Gregory's work also was exemplary in the ways that he committed to the material study of Black life. His work aligns with Black geographies in its demand that race and place are mutually constituted and operationally linked. Therefore, social and political processes, which are inherently determined, I'd say, by spatial relations, can't be fully understood without Black analysis. He looked at class within race, race within place, and place within politics. In Black Corona, Professor Gregory indicts the Great Society, for example, in its failure to integrate place-based activism led by Black people into state institutions. So what the Great Society was doing was flattening distinctions between urban space, poverty, and Black identity. So at the federal level, which trickled down to state and local levels, Black people specifically and poor people in poor places came about because in their minds, individual and community failures rather than as the result of structural processes exacerbated by racism. So Black activists were saddled with ravaged and co-opted local institutions, deteriorating material infrastructure, and a conservative political culture. In this way, Professor Gregory brilliantly navigated various scales of power to help us understand the stakes of Black political agency. His words from 1998 still ring true today in light of contemporary social and political organizations like the local branches in particular of Black Lives Matter. He wrote, quote, on page 252, and this is at the end, "In their struggles for political power, neighborhood services, and environmental justice, Black activists strove to construct common definitions of need, empowering social identities, and alternative political spaces in which to negotiate interests and allegiances across racial, ethnic, and gender lines. In contrast, their adversaries, sometimes the state, sometimes capital, and often a complex amalgam of the two, work to undermine this empowering politics of identity by employing practices of divide and conquer, which constituted embraced disabling and power evasive constructions of race, class, and spatial identity," end quote. Though Professor Gregory's brilliant work had honestly been critiqued for its emphasis on conflict as fundamental to the formation and negotiation of Black identity, this formation speaks to the ways that Black geographers, like Catherine McKittrick, recognize Black geographies as, quote, the terrain of political struggle itself, and, quote, subaltern or alternative geographic patterns that work alongside and beyond traditional geographies and a terrain of struggle, end quote. So when I think about Black Corona, when McKittrick writes, quote, the location of Black history, selfhood, imagination, and resistance are not only attached to the production of space through their marginality, but also through the ways in which they bring us into focused responses to geographic domination, end quote. So conceptually, the inner city and the Black ghetto seek to constrain Black political action and our knowledge of what's possible in the making of Black place. So the conflict or struggle that Professor Gregory recognizes is not only about the materiality of place, but a struggle over our ways of knowing. And I just wanted to end with a quote from, again, the end of the book that, again, I still think rings very true. He says, quote, merely to unmask or deconstruct the arsenal of images, tropes, and narratives that have been used for eons to represent the disempowered risks engaging us in the endless remodeling of a structure that needs to be raised. All social groups are diverse, all poverty is political, and the concepts Black ghetto and inner city are at best empty and useless tropes, period. Thank you so much.
Here we are, panel number 2, unpacking other aspects of Stephen's work and his extraordinary legacy. I want to ask the audience for questions, but I have one question I want to ask the panelists because I see a thread through 3 of these presentations. And it kind of goes back to some of Professor Brown's initial remarks about anti-Blackness. As I was preparing for this session and trying to reread Black Corona, Devil Behind the Mirror, and what I could read of the last project on the Acropolis on Morningside Heights, it just seemed to me that anti-Blackness doesn't account for the richness that we see in Stephen's work. And so I don't know, I was struck by a couple of comments. So like Brandi's comments about Stephen's discussion of scales of power, right? Class and race, race and place, place and politics. In Anthony Johnson's discussion of the ways in which Stephen was disrupting notions of the ghetto, right, and that conception of power, and again some of the initial comments by Professor Brown about sort of the ways in which your comments about anti-Blackness too. And so I was wondering if the panelists had any thoughts about it's a more explicit question about how he analyzed power, right? Because I think there is a sort of rush when we think about Black folks in power. In recent years, I will say there's a rush to sort of frame much of it under a rubric of anti-Blackness, and there's some definite advantages to doing that. But as I read Stephen's work, it just accentuates his absence all the more. That you're encountering a richer, it seems to me, understanding of the predicaments that Black people face and the ways they resist it. So, so I don't know if you had any thoughts about Stephen's, the way he would talk about racialized power or power relations that Black folks found themselves in, whether it was Boca Chica or Corona or here in Morningside Heights.
Mm-hmm. I'll go ahead. Oh, great. Did you want? Okay. So I just thank you for that question. I do think that so much of it has to do with, again, materiality. And I think that the way he negotiates what power looks like, what it feels like, can be seen not only in Black Corona and really kind of articulating what the thoughts, feelings, and movements that were occurring in this space, but also most recently in the article that posthumously was published, where he's thinking about the everyday, the infrapolitics, right? And so the scales matter to me because you can't just look at power as this huge thing that's only on this kind of one larger scale, but you have to look at the interstices. You have to look in between. So I think that's where his brilliance shines, the in between and the movement between scales, which again, I don't think a lot of people are good at that. And certainly not in ways that sound so beautiful when you read them out loud.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's so hard to answer that question as I sit here trying to figure out how to take a stab at it. And I think it's because he had a lot of different ways of theorizing power. You cannot really pin him down to one sort of philosophy of power. I think that he was very theoretically capacious, and I think that he was really good at looking at different scales and using different tools. So there are times when he's doing a discursive analysis. There's times when it's about the state. There's times when it's a political economy focus. It's like he had a full sort of toolbox. But the other thing that I just think is the wonder of his work is that he brings to life Black people's understandings of politics. And I think, I wanted to say something about The Devil Behind the Mirror, but, I decided to focus. But I'm so glad that Pat earlier today and Elizabeth gave voice to all that goes on in that text, because I just think that one is just like this. I mean, I can't imagine like two books that could be more brilliant and in different kinds of ways. So that's my attempt.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Diedra. There's a mic coming.
And it's only, unfortunately, it was like only, I guess the day before yesterday that I discovered this when I realized, I want to read this passage. And then I looked at this picture, and I said, look at what he's doing. Look at this beautiful, amazing picture. So we can pass it around. You can't appreciate it here.
Do you want to pass it?
Yeah.
Pass it. Yes. Be gentle, please.
These are prized possessions. Comments, questions from the audience? Good. Got a mic, Eric. Oh.
So, Jackie and Anthony, your comments really touched on not only his ethnographic ear, but his profound sense of humor and how he was able to really document how funny his informants were, even in the C-SPAN interview. And I guess it's not really a question, but maybe to ask you to maybe reflect on that some more, like his ability to tap into that as part of his toolbox was rather profound.
There are so many beautiful moments in Black Corona. I used to teach this course called I still do teach it, The Anthropology of Black America. And until this book came out, I felt like between after Mules and Men, there was nothing that I could teach that showed Black people through a lens of pleasure and through the beauty of Black culture, where you could just laugh out loud. And when this book came out, it was like such a godsend to me. But getting to the humor part, in all of his work, I think that one moment stands out as far as like incredible humor, and that's in The Devil Behind the Mirror, the chapter on that telenovela, where he gets drawn in to be part of this telenovela, and he just paints the portrait of the absurdity of his being drawn into that, and also the like cultural analysis and interpretation that goes on in terms of how Black women from the rural area are being constituted in certain kinds of terribly problematic ways, but he does this very serious, hard-hitting analysis that manages also to be terribly funny. So anyone who hasn't read The Devil Behind the Mirror, you have a treat in store for you. So that's how I would answer that.
I mean, yeah, I would just sort of respond, later on after I finished grad school, sort of talking about how, some scholars were sort of, engaging Black communities in very spectacular and fantastic ways, almost sort of, HBO-ready ways. And, how problematic that was, and the ways that he approached it. I think he approached it in a way that was like, essentially going back to some of the tenets of anthropology, really building trust, and how do you develop and build relationships. And then also I would say if you have a chance to look at it, at this sort of video, it sort of reminds you that, there are so many different people at the cookout.
Right.
And that's just how our communities work.
That's right. Yeah. Mabel.
Thanks so much for a really fantastic panel, and I think, Jackie, you spoke of the tools that he had in his arsenal, and I do think, when I was thinking about the class and I was reading through the papers that I had actually written for Stephen, and I could see where he was taking us, and it was amazing because we were going from these sort of larger kind of structural, like political economies to the and I think he wanted us, I remember we also read Dry Longso actually in the class. Like he really wanted us to be able to hear the voices of the people in their everyday and ordinary lives, right? And he was very, to not get, enraptured by the Foucauldian analysis, but really understand, well, how are people actually living in their everyday and all of the contradictions. But the other thing I really admire about Stephen's work, and I get this in the recent manuscript that's not published, is his acuity to history. Like when you read Black Corona, it's also a history of this neighborhood. And I was wondering if Frank had any thoughts about that as a historian.
And that's why I'm very excited to see this book coming out. I've been working on Columbia 68 in my teaching here, and it's going to be an extraordinary contribution. No, it's exactly right. You see that in all three books, certainly in Black Corona, and in this next project that will come out. He had, as you said, very well a wide range of tools to work with, and he does what historians do, and he's giving us a portrait of Manhattanville again that's complex and nuanced, and a complexity of how racialized power operates in terms of architecture here. And so you have that that sophistication that Elizabeth was talking about earlier, but a real attentiveness to local history that is just necessary to give us a sense of how Black communities and poor, vulnerable communities, are struggling against the various forces against them. And so I think you really see that clearly, from the perspective of a historian. Absolutely. It's going to be a major contribution, and as his other works have been. Yeah. I'm very excited to see that coming out. It's going to be a really important work. And as it was said earlier, Stephen was fearless. To do that kind of work as a Columbia faculty member is political work for sure, and is sorely needed and important. And so I'm excited about that just on that ground alone too. Yeah. Other thoughts? We got one more. Yeah.
I guess, Anthony, I was struck by the last phrase you used in your use of were. Past tense, right? And I guess I'm, as someone that comes to this conversation as kind of a Harlem neighbor, but with friends who have ties to Stephen who couldn't make it today, kind of how do you reflect on what has changed, what has transpired since particularly the Corona book, Black Corona, has come out? Like in what ways, I guess, I'm thinking about public squares, I'm thinking about even spaces like libraries and kind of our divestment from a lot of these public spaces, and how you all reflect on kind of the work of capturing this energy, this community, this vibrancy in the midst of this. I'm trying to frame it not as I'm trying to frame this in a positive, forgive me, and not in a lacking frame, but just acknowledging kind of the energy exists in community. It's just not existing through the same public spaces. And how do you think about that through your respective work?
To make sense of it, I'm trying to recall your question and respond thoughtfully. how do I make sense of his work in the contemporary space? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I think, you know, Stephen was not about self-promotion. And I think that there was, how would I say this right? I think we are people who valued his work and put it at center stage, but I don't think that was a sort of across the cuff. And I think, you know, his book should be canonical in terms of so many different approaches to the city and space. And I'm not sure if it always was. If it was, I think there would be a sort of, you know, different approach, you know, even thinking about, you know, the death and life of great American cities. I mean, this text that we are talking about, you know, should be reprinted,
yes.
Should be republished, should have a new forward, should be elevated, and I think that's the way it would, that kind of acknowledgement and recognition of his contributions would be to think about these new spaces, new times.
Okay, so I think we're coming to a close. I do want to just share my own, well, I want to thank the panelists, number one, for the extraordinary contributions. And I knew Stephen, just a quick reflection on Stephen, I knew him, but I only caught a glimpse of his greatness. I knew him through his work. I met him here 19 years ago when I gave a talk as a recent PhD in the IRAAS Conversation series, and my recently finished dissertation on Cuba, racial politics in Cuba. I had dinner with him here at the faculty house. I was awestruck as a young grad student, and I find myself 20 years later feeling awestruck here, just hearing you talk about his extraordinary work. He used to come to our retreats with his camera. And again, I didn't know Stephen that well, so I thought, oh, isn't that cute? He takes photos. And look at this extraordinary visual archive he's created. And so I just feel really blessed. I feel sad that I didn't get a chance to engage with him in the way that many of you did, but I caught glimpses of it, and it was enough. And it's just great to see it, again, testified in various ways here today. So thank you all, and thank you again for sharing your reflections. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. We'll take a 20-minute break and reconvene around 3:25. Yeah, perfect. But thank you. That was amazing. That was
mind if we stay here and not after us were introduced?
No, whatever. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I came in. Yeah, I came early.
Okay. All right. We are going to start with our second part, Facing the Acropolis, the Infra-Political Practices of Resistance. And so this third panel, dialogic encounters in Black Studies. And so our moderator host is my colleague, Robert Gooding-Williams, who is the M. Morin Weston Black Alumni Council Professor of African American Studies and a Professor of Philosophy and of African American Diaspora Studies here at Columbia University. He was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2018 and was a 2020 Guggenheim Fellow. So, Bob.
Oh, okay. So, welcome everyone. This is the beginning of, I guess, the second general session, Facing the Acropolis, Infra Practices of Resistance. And our particular panel will focus on dialogic encounters in Black Studies. So I'm going to introduce each of the panelists just right now, successively, and then we'll then proceed in order with Eric Tang, Onika Lebinet, and then Vanessa Agar-Jones, and then we'll open it up to discussion. So in reverse order, can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Vanessa Agar-Jones is Assistant Professor of Anthropology at Columbia University, where she is affiliated with the Department of African American and African Diaspora Studies of the Institute for the Study of Sexuality and Gender and the Center for Science and Society. She is a 2005 MA graduate of the Institute for Research in African American Studies. Onika Lebinet is Associate Professor of American Studies and Ethnicity and Gender and Sexuality Studies at the University of Southern California. She is the author of a forthcoming volume entitled She's Mad Real, Popular Culture and West Indian Girls in Brooklyn and Global Guyana, Women, Race, and Resources in the Caribbean and Beyond. And then finally, at least as far as my introduction is concerned, Eric Tang is Associate Professor of African and African Diaspora Studies and the Director of the Center for Asian American Studies at the University of Texas at Austin. He is the author of Unsettled, Cambodian Refugees in the New York City Hyper Ghetto. So in reverse order, we'll begin with Eric and then proceed to Onika and Vanessa, and then we'll open things up to discussion. So take it away.
Thank you. I'm going to stand for this presentation because I have a few slides. So first, let me thank the faculty and staff of the Institute, particularly Mabel Wilson, for inviting me to be part of this, and to the organizing committee for putting together this this great event. It's really wonderful to be in this space with friends and mentors, to celebrate the best, one of the best friends and mentors we could ever ask for in Stephen Gregory. So let's begin with a cliche, specifically the one which proposes that being in the right place at the right time accounts for so much of what we achieve in life. I can't say for certain if this is true, but I can say that I was definitely in a right place and time during the mid to late 1990s, when as an undergraduate and early grad student at NYU, I had the good fortune of being taught and mentored by faculty such as Robin D.G. Kelley, Tricia Rose, and Stephen Gregory. Robin taught me the importance of historically situating every act of resistance, no matter how big or small. Tricia taught me that all politics are cultural politics. And Stephen taught me that if I took seriously resistance and culture, then I needed to pay attention to what people actually said and did. Stephen wasn't a man prone to issuing the academic injunction. He wasn't a do this, do that kind of guy. And yet, on the matter of paying attention to people, he was steadfast. I was able to absorb that lesson in his undergraduate and graduate classes, and also as his teaching assistant for the course Black Urban Studies. I recall a supplemental assignment he gave to our students, which called for them to take the train from West 4th Street up to Harlem, get off at 125th Street, and simply walk the stretch between Broadway and Lenox, making note of the variegated activities and, where possible, the snippets of conversation that animated a given block. This was the fall of 1999, before the influx of global retail, before Bill Clinton started paying rent, and before the area became yarn for anyone with an opinion about gentrification. In 1999, the narrative of decline still dogged Harlem, both west and east. Media coverage seemed to rotate through its key epidemics: drugs, crime, housing abandonment. The students returned to class to share their notes. They reported that street vendors were at the heart of economic activity. They especially couldn't get over the number of books for sale. They reported on religious and political proselytizing. They reported on the surprising number of immigrants from across the Black diaspora that appeared to work, shop, and live in Harlem. Cutting through all of this, quite literally, were hundreds of people trying to get from point A to point B. Workers and students moving in and out of subway stations and running after buses. Even those who were in no particular rush appeared determined. Stephen's goal wasn't so much to have students produce a counter-narrative to the harsh realities of racialized urban poverty. This assignment wasn't about correcting problematic tropes of the ghetto. Rather, it was about challenging the distinctly liberal notion that the Black ghetto of the late 20th century was a site of socioeconomic isolation, and the lives of poverty within it were homogeneous. This is indeed the mission behind Stephen's landmark book, Black Corona, a study of community activism in Queens during the 1980s and 1990s, published in 1999. In the introduction, Stephen makes the following observation. Quote, "The tendency to view the Black poor as collectively weak and ineffective, or, in its updated version, as socially isolated and institutionally disabled by joblessness and by the exodus of the middle classes, has not only obscured struggles that Black urbanites have continued to wage against racial injustices, more broadly, it has also elided the role that relations of power and political processes play in determining the significance of race, class, place in contemporary American society, end quote. This is on page 10. Stephen saw racial liberals as the key custodians of this tendency. I want to repeat that. He saw racial liberals as really the target of of his criticism. And as I was reading Black Corona this past week, I couldn't help to think that he was actually speaking to, say, like the Kerner Commission. If that document represents both the height and limit of racial liberalism, he was saying to them, didn't you even read your own data? Like, how could you not come to the conclusion that the unrest of '67 was a study in Black political and economic heterogeneity? Like, they draw this conclusion which goes against that, but the data suggests that it's exactly what Stephen is saying. They're not isolated and they're not homogeneous. Black Corona, while primarily a celebration of Black political practice and the complex identities that are formed through that practice, is also an angry critique of scholars who, in their commitment to racial and economic justice, have simply refused to pay careful attention to what residents of the ghetto actually say and do. How do they spend their time? What meetings do they go to? What meetings do they refuse to go to? What aspects of civil rights, or the rights regime in general, are they invested in? And conversely, what aspects do they find irredeemable? Indeed, the book delves into their ambivalence about liberalism, nearly 30 years after the passage of the Civil Rights Act. Ambivalence, we should be reminded, is not the condition of possessing mixed feelings, but rather sharply conflicting ones. The residents of Black Corona were ambivalent about what racial liberalism had to offer. They at once held it in contempt for its false promises, and at the same time held out for what it might deliver. The question is, how do you get at this ambivalence? Stephen's answer: you attend those meetings, you interact with those participants, you make note of the stories and the jokes they tell, especially the ones they retell. And as the engaged scholar, you allow yourself to be the butt of some of those jokes as well. Put differently, you engage in ethnography. Stephen Gregory, more than any other person, sold me on being an ethnographer. Moreover, he sold me on Queens. I grew up in Queens, born and raised. And when Black Corona came out, my first thought was, why would anybody want to write about this borough? I'm being honest. Especially a guy as cool as Stephen, who grew up in Brooklyn. I thought of Queens as provincial, as even a bit purgatorial. You can ask me about that during the Q&A. Or maybe it is Mars, right? As we discussed in the previous panel. But through Black Corona, Stephen taught me that I hadn't been paying close enough attention. He taught me that if we find certain places unremarkable, it's because they've been obscured, misrepresented. Our task is to find out why power has done this. What does power want to conceal from us? And I love this photo from Black Corona. It's students walking over this bridge that connects the LaFrac City housing across the Long Island Expressway. And you're going to believe that I'm making this up. This absolutely happened last week. I'm back and forth between here and Austin to see my mom who's in Queens. And I borrowed her car one day because I had to get back to Brooklyn. And I'm on the LIE, and there's just tons of traffic. And because there's tons of traffic, naturally I pull out my smartphone when I come across this beautiful image of students walking across a bridge. And this is before I went back and read Black Corona, which I admit I hadn't read in almost a decade. And I take this from my car. And when I started flipping through Black Corona this week, I was like, wow, that's uncanny. So yeah, Stephen sold me on Queens. By the time I wrote my dissertation, Stephen had moved on to Columbia, but I had the good fortune, again, of being advised by new mentors such as Arlene Davila, who would push me to the finish line. And yet Stephen's influence is evident in the dissertation, which would eventually become the basis of my book, Unsettled. You can see Stephen's fingerprints all over this book, which is about Cambodian refugees who resettled to the Northwest Bronx during the late 1980s through the early 2000s. The book explores their political engagements and acts of survival, which are often indistinguishable from one another. It tells the story of their political ambivalences. Occasionally, I'll come across a resident of the Northwest Bronx who will say to me, I never thought that anyone would want to write about this place. In fact, this happened just last week during a symposium I attended in honor of Ruthie Gilmore, our good friend. During a break, an activist from the Northwest Bronx came up to thank me for writing about her neighborhood, one that never had the same cultural cachet as the South Bronx, home to the birth of hip-hop and other origin stories. As she thanked me, I couldn't help but feel Stephen's presence. It was as if Stephen were in the room, reminding me, once again, of the importance of being in the right place at the right time. Thank you.
Onika will be next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to echo the thanks to Mabel and the organizing committee, everyone who brought us together here today. I'm so grateful to be here with all of you. I see this as an opportunity to convene with like-minded people who all loved and missed Stephen, so I'm very appreciative of being here. Thank you. Early in the spring semester of 1993, a small group of undergraduate students gathered in a cozy seminar room on the second floor of Wesleyan University's anthropology department. We were a serious brood of junior and senior anthropology and African American studies majors and minors. And in the moments leading up to the start of class, before our professor arrived, we hunched over hard copies of an article he had just assigned. It was a piece he had just published, and we had dutifully marked it with yellow and pink highlighters and notes scribbled in the margins. I don't remember the exact title of the seminar or if it met in the morning, afternoon, or evening, although after listening to Mabel, the reading list sounds very similar to the course you took. But I recall us speaking in hushed tones, using adjectives like brilliant and complex to describe the article. And as the creaky stairs of the old house signaled Stephen Gregory's ascent to the seminar room, we silenced our chatter and waited for him to enter. This memory came to me piecemealed through a nostalgic haze, when, in sitting down to prepare for today, I decided to revisit Stephen Gregory's article entitled Race, Rubbish, and Resistance, Empowering Difference in Community Politics, which he published in Cultural Anthropology in February of 1993. So it would have been just before he signed it. Although not his first publication, he had published a piece in American Ethnologist just 1 year prior. Race, Rubbish, and Resistance was one of Stephen's early major works, with which Jackie reminded us, or maybe it was Arlene, one of the two obituaries you wrote reminded me to go to this piece. The seminar in which he assigned it was the second class I had taken with him, and his essay was my introduction to his published material. I have no way of knowing what Stephen was thinking that day as he ascended the stairs. Was he excited to share a brand new publication with a precocious bunch of undergraduates? Did he imagine that his attention to resistance, Black women, Black youth, and one of New York's outer boroughs would resonate with city kids and first-generation college students? I reread this article through two sets of eyes, 21-year-old eyes and eyes peering from behind highly corrective progressive lenses. And I don't have my reading glasses, I'm wearing contacts and can barely see what I'm reading. Stephen focuses on a group of African-American women from LaFrac City, a Black apartment complex in Queens, and on one community leader in particular, Edna Baskins, who organized mothers and teenagers to combat racialized images of their housing project and its residents held by white activists in the surrounding areas. 21-year-old me was taken with the, quote, emphasis on recovering everyday sites and strategies of resistance among Black women and youth. Stephen's conceptualization of LaFrac residents melded with my own sense of marginalization growing up in Hard Knocks, Brooklyn, at a time when labels like welfare mother could have been applied to my own mom, and when Black youth like me were written off at best as latchkey kids and at worst as criminals. And having already read up on the Frankfurt and Birmingham schools of thought, I appreciated Stephen's measured analysis of resistance. He wrote, quote, I show the tendency of neighborhood stabilization, I show how this ideology of neighborhood stabilization, articulations of race, gender, class, and place frame the development of Black political activism in LaFrac City, not only exposing fault lines where resistance could be effectively staged, but also imposing constraints on the mode and extent of that opposition. For present-day me, race, rubbish, and resistance really hit its stride when Stephen provides thick description of how Edna Baskins responded at a youth forum she organized after a LaFrac teenager recounted his experiences with having been surveilled and policed in the park. Stephen first quotes Edna. The young man who has just made that comment, thank you very much. I did not realize that there was a problem with LaFrac security running the youth out. See, that's another reason for us getting together, so that we, the other adults here who don't know what's going on, can be made aware. In fact, Stephen writes, quote, Edna did know that there was a problem with LaFrac security, and she'd often complained about the harassment her teenage son received from the guards as well as from the police. Her intervention was directed to the, quote, other adults present, in particular to the members of the community board who, unlike adults living in LaFrac City, had not yet heard their side of the story, end quote. In this beautiful descriptive moment, Stephen shows that he was a gifted ethnographer whose immersion in the community enabled him to critically reflect on the meanings behind Edna's words. And as I reread the piece last week and scrolled through the PDF, his photographs appeared. I'd forgotten they were there. And the photographs in that article capture these interviewees at the precise moments in which he quotes them, which made me realize that the photographs were a form of note-taking, because I don't think he could have been writing and catching them precisely in those moments at the same time. Stephen imbued me and his other students with a love of ethnography. In 2007, when his book Devil Behind the Mirror won the Anthony Leeds Prize, he reflected on the book's theoretical and methodological priorities and on his experiences in the field. He wrote Devil Behind the Mirror in part to respond to a tendency in the literature on globalization to, quote, discount the capacities of social actors, particularly those living in the so-called global South, to effectively conceptualize, let alone challenge, the forces of contemporary global capitalism. Remarking on the discomfort he felt at being treated like a privileged North American academic while interviewing Dominican men and women living on the verge of what he called economic catastrophe, Stephen wrote the following. More disconcerting to me than these logistics of gaining access in the field was a nagging crise de conscience concerning the very project of anthropology and academia more generally. I'm not referring here to that all too familiar boogeyman, anthropology's, quote, colonial past, a legacy that, to be sure, we share with other disciplines. Rather, it was a simpler and perhaps more foundational question. What is the significance of our research to those whom we study? And more to the point, how in the face of the hyper-exploitation and violence associated with neoliberalism do we make our work more relevant and conducive to the project of social change? He wrestled with this conundrum, he said, for most of his career. Indeed, these remarks highlight an approach to theory, method, and ethnography that was already taking shape in race, rubbish, and resistance. Although, as we've all been saying, Stephen was an agile theorist who deftly connected on-the-ground ethnographic examples to broader race, gender, class processes and power struggles, he maintained, quote, theoretical problems and insights that appear to be so engaging, critical, and yes, sexy within the academy seemed, for the loss of a better phrase, beside the point, if not petty, given the seemingly insurmountable and oftentimes life-threatening problems faced by much of the populace. He therefore, quote, valued and trusted the insights and analyses of the persons with whom he worked. Wherever possible, he said, I made an effort to foreground their thinking and theoretical work in the text. Stephen imparted this attitude to me, first in that seminar so many years ago, and later in our interactions at conferences and via his published work. He emboldened me to entitle my first book, She's Mad Real, because this is how a Black teenage girl characterized her hip-hop idol. This devotion to the value and power of cultural critiques and theoretical frameworks derived from the utterances and the quotidian practices of African diasporic people in New York and the Caribbean continues to animate my scholarship. Rereading that very first article he shared when I was an undergrad, and knowing now that Stephen's father was a working-class African-American man who worked as a superintendent for the Department of Sanitation, provokes me to dwell on his attention to rubbish and conjures one of my favorite lines from Stuart Hall. It is worth remembering that all discourse is placed and the heart has its reasons. Stephen shared his heart with his students. His critiques felt like hugs. With today's eyes, I see some of my own scholarly passions within the pages of his work. I'm almost done. Sorry, everyone. When we read the work of academics trained by giants in the field of Black studies, we often nod and quietly think, he is a student of Stuart Hall, or oh, she's a student of Bell Hooks. I can only hope that when my peers encounter my work, they might nod and think, she was a student of Stephen Gregory.
Can you hear me? All right, I'm going to keep the mask on. Thanks. Because I live with a little person and there are germs that you do not want any access to. I want to give a huge thank you to the organizing committee, to the team that's making this day run, from support staff to grad students to undergraduates who are here with us. Thank you to my fellow panelists for such beautiful, beautiful engagements with and reflections on Stephen's work in the world. And thank you to our moderator for gathering us here now. So when I met Stephen in 2005, I actually finished in 2006. It's a note from my bio that I always forget to fix. Having enrolled in his Race and the Articulation of Difference seminar, my first semester in the master's program at the Institute for Research in African American Studies, I lived at 2752 Gilmore Street in Queens, in the home that my grandparents made the community that both of my parents came of age in, at the porous boundary between East Elmhurst and Corona. Like Onika and Stephen, I grew up in Brooklyn. I too, like Eric, was like Queens, but Stephen sold me on Queens too. Our family's block counted among its disparate residents Helen Marshall, the borough president, who shows up all over Black Corona, as well as the family next door, whose boys I grew up with, now men, who organized dogfights and drug deals and safe passage for me, a 20-something woman living alone in a neighborhood once storied, now become quite seedy. I spent many an early morning walking the neighborhood down to the airport, whose expansion had been such a vital community conflict at the heart of Stephen's Black Corona. My parents were tickled that I had landed in the orbit of their community's chronicler. And when I graduated from IRAAS that spring, one of my favorite memories is of Stephen's generosity as he engaged them in extended conversation about the neighborhood and its changes at the graduates' lunch held here at the faculty house. Given that our charge today is to talk about dialogic encounters in Black studies, I was moved first to think about the dialogue that Stephen took up with my folks, long after Black Corona, the monograph, was done, but as he remained in the currents of caring about that community and its residents, about the world in Queens that this Brooklynite had come to know, and about its futures. Stephen's work took him from places he knew in New York City to the Caribbean and back again, tracing a geography of Black diasporic life that is crucial to how we continue to understand our diasporic worlds across disciplines. And though I struggled mightily over how to write this tribute to Stephen, the guiding frame from Jafari and Mabel and others that we think Stephen's approach to dialogic encounter opened up a world of words. As a model for co-investigation and for the co-production of knowledge, Stephen's work both within and outside of his classrooms, as well as in his writings and photographs, gave us a set of dialogic principles to which we might hew. And thank you to Patricia, Zavella for highlighting the work that Stephen did with his assistant Michaela in the DR earlier today. That was precisely the charge we were given for this panel on dialogic encounter. So he gave us a set of dialogic principles to which we might hew. Among them are a commitment to thinking people as they live within and are constituted by multiple types and scales of relation. Stephen makes a point at the end of Devil Behind the Mirror, as he seeks to understand the decisions made by Gérard Anvin, who passed as Maximo Gomez in the years leading up to and through his death. Thank you to Elizabeth Chin for referencing this interlocutor earlier. In the quietly astute way that Stephen comes to reason the ways and the whys for coming to know another, to be in conversation with a person, he writes on page 207, for those of you who are following or pulling out your copy, "It goes without saying that the personal is political, but I would go further and argue that the understanding of either requires an examination of how structural, economic, and political forces are experienced, not by the individual, but by the person, an embodied nexus of social relationships, meanings, and intersubjective agency. For it is only by attending to the complex mediations between structural, indeed global relations of power and their embodiment in the everyday lives of social actors like Gérard, that we can come to terms with the cultural forums and conduits through which these social forces configure subjectivity, frames of decision-making, the sense of what is possible and what is not, and the structures of feeling through which people experience their lives and act in this world." So this is the multi-scalar that Brandi also invoked earlier. I don't know where Brandi is, I lost. Thank you. So the invocation to look behind rather than into the mirror that is globalization was Stephen's urging that we think the material, the structures, the macro-political foundations that made possible the worlds and the lives that he considered not only in the Dominican Republic, but also in the boroughs of New York City. This attention to the macro-structural is intimately related to his concern with the dialogic and the micro-processual, because it was only in and through a rigorous analysis across these scales that he argued that we could understand power. And as AJ reminded us earlier as well, I don't know where AJ went, the manifold ways that Black folks find to subvert, claim, and resist its reach. So I hesitated about telling this story, but I think it was the best encapsulation for me of how dialogic encounter worked in Stephen's teaching. So one of my favorite memories from Stephen was from that seminar in 2005. And by then, when I took that class, I thought of myself as a teacher with some experience under my belt, having spent multiple semesters teaching at San Quentin State Prison's post-secondary education program and multiple years shepherding wee ones in Atlanta public schools. Nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for the meeting when we discussed Paul Gilroy's Hitler Wore Khakis from his U.S. titled Against Race. I came to class, and I actually pulled out my little folder, Gregory, Race, Fall 2005. And I have my response paper. I'm an archivist of my own life. So I came to class itching to discuss the marketing of populist fascism and visual iconography beyond the uniform. But one of my classmates raised her hand, was given the floor, and went almost immediately on an extended rant about how Hitler had been oppressed, and wanted to challenge Stephen and Gilroy by extension for not addressing this root oppression as the cause of Hitler's political ideologies, or as the root of his political ideologies. She went in on a homophobic and transphobic rant about Hitler's parents. A few in the class tittered. Others rolled their eyes. I wanted to sink beneath the table. I didn't know what Stephen was going to do with this. And rather than dismissing the student out of hand, as would have happened in any of my other classes formally listed with anthropology at that time, or shaming her for the clumsy way that she sought to bring her point to the floor, Stephen did what the best teachers do. He engaged her in a dialogue. He probed her logic. He asked after the source of her connections. He tried to understand her frames, her sense of what was thinkable or possible. And then he gently, but expertly, guided her to think her point, that Hitler too was socialized in and through heterosexist, heteronormative white supremacy, in and through coordinates that would help her understand Gilroy's argument and might resonate with the rest of us in the seminar. I was at a party at his place years later. I had graduated from student to friend in some way. Others in this room were at that party. AJ, Shane, Sam, I see you all. We were there. Drinking good wine, feeling loose. And I raised that moment to Stephen, thinking we would share a laugh. I'm not a good person, as you can tell, as this anecdote makes clear. I was going to laugh about this student. I was like, do you remember what she said? But rather, in his classic, generous way, and in his deep love for Black people, he remembered that student as one who pushed his own thinking, a person whose dialogue with him had helped him to get clear on how to finally teach this Gilroy essay. I was gobsmacked and so moved. When I landed back at Columbia, this time in anthropology, 11 years later, I couldn't have been more thrilled to assume my seat as Stephen's junior colleague. Over the many years that he had worked, between IRAAS and anthropology, our department had not been home to him. Rather, some members had been downright awful. Though when I arrived, they were mostly transitioning away, out of academic life or out of this life altogether. Stephen took me out for a long lunch and talked with me about how, even as he had forged a different path, I might make anthropology here my home. And he quietly began to re-engage in some dimensions of the department's life, joking that I would need him. And it turned out that I did. Sorry, I did not expect any of this. A couple of years later, when our Black graduate students came together to offer a trenching, searing, deep critique of anti-Blackness in our department, in their engagements with faculty and in the training that they receive, Stephen sat on the phone with me for over an hour as I tried to hammer out a strategy for supporting those students while remaining sanguinely positioned in relation to my senior colleagues, who will hold my tenure prospects in their hands. We talked about academic vampirism and the market for our intellectual labor. We talked about our actual labor. We talked about ways to avoid onerous service work in spheres that did not feed us. Another conversation scaled from the micro to the macro and back again. Another set of important insights. I will miss Stephen dearly and am grateful to him for his presence in this world and in my life as a teacher, as a mentor, as a friend, as a colleague, and as a conversation partner extraordinaire. Thank you.
Okay. A lot's been said, very rich and moving presentations. Thoughts from the audience? Yeah, Rich.
It's coming.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Who's this?
I want to thank all of you for your remarkable papers, but also for your vulnerability, which is not easy to do in this profession. And I'm also, in that vein, thinking about a very big question that I'll ask all of you to respond to if you can, but also for the next panel. How do we contend with premature Black death in these ivory towers, right? We exist in silos all the time in American university, and then in places all in danger, right? And so what strategies of community fellowship and kind of familial intervention can we, procedures, practices, that can we evolve and develop so we don't lose each other, right? How do we not replicate just, again, just these isolation kind of regimes that places us absolutely confronting disaster? I know it's a big question, but we keep losing people. I came into the profession hearing about, you know, all these Black women who left too soon, and it's still going on. And I think we have to interrupt some of what we accept to be just how things are and save each other. I know this is a really difficult question, especially given how much we're feeling at the moment, but I want to put that on the table for this panel and for the one after this. I think it's important.
Anyone want to respond to that?
I agree. I agree, Rich. Fully, deeply, truly. I used to require that every student who came to me to work with me read Maisha Priest's beautiful essay, Salvation is the Issue. Maisha, who was trained under June Jordan, Barbara Christian, Veve Clark, right, and lost all of her mentors. And just to begin to open a conversation about the ways that we lose each other. I think that's a beautiful way to think it and put it. I have to say I'm really incredibly heartened by my current graduate students, one of whom is here, who display a commitment to taking care of themselves in this world that I don't think anyone in my cohort or in our cohort, because we were together as graduate students, would have had the courage or the clarity to engage in. So I have students who say, I'm not coming to class today because I just can't read that out loud with y'all. And it gobsmacks me each time, but it also makes me feel really cautiously optimistic about the ways that our students are learning to care for each other and themselves in these kinds of spaces.
I'm not sure if this is an answer to your question, but I appreciated that Eric began by acknowledging his other mentors as well. And, you know, I was thinking about that a lot as I prepared these remarks because I was so fortunate to have had Stephen as a professor at such a formative stage. I was an undergrad, and I went straight from, after that, I went straight from undergrad to graduate school to an anthropology department at Harvard, where I didn't have the kind of faculty mentors that I had at Wesleyan. And so at Wesleyan, I had Stephen, and I had Ann Seal and Elizabeth Traub. I had amazing mentors. Thank goodness for that, because that put me on solid enough ground where I could survive Harvard. And I knew that there were other people out there like me. So I'm grateful for that, but I'm trying to say that I think part of the answer to your question is that we need multiple mentors. It can't just be one person.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to fully answer your question, Rich, but I'll use the question as an opportunity to tell another Stephen story, and one that I was reminded of when Anika, you brought up his father, who worked for the Department of Sanitation. So after Black Corona is published and it's popular, it's celebrated, after the C-SPAN interviews and other attention he got, including an offer by the Queen's NAACP to run the NAACP.
Wow.
His father, he tells me, continues to mail him clippings from this newsletter or newspaper for civil servants in New York City called The Chief, or The Chief, I can't remember. Is it called The Chief, Frank? Okay. So after all the success, his father's like, you should consider a job in civil service. And
Exactly.
and Stephen is telling me this because he's actually like reading these clippings. I mean, he's not telling me this because he thinks his father is a fool. So what did I take from that story? Like, that he didn't believe in the institution as much as other people do. And he was telling me, don't believe so much in this, and don't believe it's going to save you. And that disposition has always kind of stayed with me. Not to mention I have a mom who's like his dad, who will be like, oh, that's nice, but have you considered, and we need people like that in our lives. They're going to keep us alive.
Other responses from the audience? How much time do we have at this point? Okay, good. Okay, yeah. Right. Okay, well, let's thank all of our panelists.
Thank you for that incredible panel. And we'll have a moment after this panel for people to share reflections, to continue the conversation. But this last group is called Posthumous Futurity. And so it's to introduce Stephen's unpublished manuscript, The Valley and the Acropolis. And so Vanessa Agard-Jones is doing double duty because she's so fabulous. And so she's going to be the host moderator. So I'm not going to introduce her again, but she will introduce the panel. Thank you all.
All right, everyone. I am so thrilled to be able to introduce our final panel of the afternoon, Posthumous Futurity, the Roundtable Introduction to the Valley and the Acropolis, Stephen's last work. I have the great honor of being able to tell you the briefest of the bios of Farah Jasmine Griffin, Arlene Davila, and Samuel K. Roberts. Farah Jasmine Griffin is the William B. Ransford Professor of English and Comparative Literature and African American Studies here at Columbia University, and was the inaugural chair of its African American and African Diaspora Studies Department. We call her Queen Farah. That wasn't in her bio. Her books include the recent Read Until You Understand, The Profound Wisdom of Black Life in Literature from 2021, Harlem Nocturne, Women Artists in Progressive Politics During World War II from 2013, and thank you so much, and Clawing at the Limits of Cool, Miles Davis, John Coltrane, and the Greatest Jazz Collaboration Ever from 2008. She's a 2021 Guggenheim Fellow and an Andrew Mellon Foundation Scholar in Residence. Arlene Davila is a professor of anthropology and American studies at New York University and founding director of the Latinx Project, an interdisciplinary space focusing on Latinx art and culture and hosting artist and curatorial projects at NYU. She is the author of multiple books focused on Latinx cultural politics, spanning the media, urban politics, museums, and contemporary art markets, including her latest, Latinx Art, Artists, Markets, and Politics. Finally, Samuel K. Roberts is Associate Professor of History and of Sociomedical Sciences here at Columbia University, both in the Mailman School of Public Health and in Arts and Sciences, and was also a former director of IRAAS, the Institute for Research in African American Studies. Roberts has written, taught, and lectured widely on African American urban history, especially medicine, public health, and science and technology. His widely acclaimed book, Infectious Fear, Politics, Disease, and the Health Effects of Segregation from 2009 is an exploration of the political economy of race and the modern American public health state between the late 19th century and the mid-20th century. We'll hear first from Professor Griffin, then from Professor Davila, and finally from Professor Roberts. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, everyone. It's very difficult to be here, but very good to be here in community with each other. As I was preparing these remarks, it was very, it wasn't easy, but it's easier being here and hearing everyone and hearing how much what I think about Stephen and what I see in the work has just resonated from the very first set of comments. So I'm just really honored to be with all of us who knew and loved and admired and respected Stephen Gregory. I spoke with Stephen often about this last book that we will see to publication. We were writing our books together at the same time. He had started his much earlier than I had started mine. We wrote them during, through the pandemic we were writing. We finished them at about the same time. I spoke extensively with him about the events that led to his interest in the writing of the book, about his involvement with the people, the students, the activists, the urban planners who were engaged in resisting the rise of Columbia's Manhattanville campus, his efforts to bring those people into conversation with Columbia representatives through the Institute for Research in African American Studies, and then finally his decision that his next book would in some way focus on this struggle, and that he would write it as he was, an anthropologist and an ethnographer, attentive always to history. We had many long conversations about his discoveries,
I listen to his stories. We've already heard, and those of us who knew him know what a great storyteller Stephen Gregory was. We had many long conversations about his discoveries. I listened to all those stories, and then I began to witness his engagement with the past as full-bodied and passionate as he was about his engagement with the present. I read bits and pieces and drafts along the way. I read finally what we have of the manuscript, and it is brilliant, as we would expect. It is clearly written. It is important. It is necessary. Like all of us, I would much rather be talking with him about it than talking about it in his absence. I wish he could be here to hear what we all have to say about him. I think he needed to hear that. I wish that, it's proving almost impossible for me to talk about it in his absence. But to help me, I've organized my thoughts around just one concept, and that's the concept of time. And that's a concept that appears throughout this manuscript and helped me think about what I wanted to say about Stephen. In some ways, the Valley and the Acropolis, and I don't know if the title has changed, but the manuscript we have, The Valley and the Acropolis, Geographies of Race and Urban Inequality over the Longue Durée, is a book about time and space, about elite institutions and the communities that exist in their foothills, in spite of the efforts to contain and constrain them. The careful selection of words in the title, just the title by itself, tells us so much. The title gives us a spatial relation with the lowest point, the valley, coming first, right? Geographies formed by race and shaped by urbanities, shaped by inequality, that gesture towards time and history, literally translated as the long term. This is a long-term telling of how we get here to the rise of Columbia's newest campus, built in the 21st century. He shows that it's a long time coming. It's a history of a set of relationships, of displacements, encroachments, dispossessions, but most importantly, a history of a community in resistance against these things. And it's also a project that's situated in a way of doing ethnography and a way of doing history, because that's what Longue Durée is, right? Stephen demonstrates the ways that institutions represented themselves as, in his words, quote, future-leaning, embedded within the linear and universal temporality of Western modernity, while at the same time contrasting themselves to the areas inhabited by working-class people of color as, quote, blighted, obsolete, and remnants of a past. Time. While writing the book, Stephen became obsessed with history. I would say he became taken over by it. He would say, I'd meet him, and that picture of him, this picture of him just reminds me of any of you who would meet him for dinner or for drinks. He'd get there before you would. And I think it's so he could strike a pose. So you'd get there, and he'd be standing outside, like smoking a cigarette, like that. And you'd come up, and he'd be striking a pose. And then you'd go in, and he would begin his storytelling. And often he would say, Farah, this history is fascinating. Farah, the history is taking over. The history literally took over. And it took over the project so much that he would say, I don't know what to do. This is not, is this ethnography that I'm doing? Is this history that I'm doing? And also, you probably talked to him about his love of historical drama. What's that Leonardo DiCaprio movie about the gangs of New York? Like, he loved that movie, and he loved all the television shows that were set in that era, right? About gangs in New York and London, Pinky Blinders and all those sort of things. So I think that was in his head as he was writing, too. And what I see, in reading the manuscript, I see why history sort of took over for him. Because Stephen found his people in the archive. Anyone who knew Stephen knew that he was happiest on the ground with everyday people. It was his most comfortable space. He hated the receptions that we had in places like this, unless they were like IRAAS receptions, right? He could not stand them. He could not stand the small talk before the receptions after. He really hated the pretenses of the Q&A sessions, the kind of pondering. He hated those things. So one could see the tension leave his shoulders as soon as he left the confines of the building. As soon as the cool air hit his face, his stride would change. He would light his cigarette and head out to find his people. When we first got here, we came to Columbia at the same time. He would find them at the West End on Broadway, and later at Toast, further uptown. And there he made community with people, and he would trade tales late into the evening. And some of these places had people who had ties to Columbia, but most of them did not have formal ties to Columbia at all. And many of them had grown up and lived in the neighborhood. And Stephen would get invited to baby showers and birthday parties. And I remember him calling me once from a very failed, what do you call those things? Like not the groom's equivalent of a bridal shower, like bachelor party. It was failed and miserable. And so he called me from one of them. I'm like, what are you doing there? So, but you know, this was his community. So in reading this book, I felt like Stephen found the equivalent of his folk in the archive. He found them reported on dismissively in local periodicals and in the census, as he followed the census enumerator through various households and what the census enumerator found, for which there was no vocabulary. Mixed race households, literally Black Irish, not just euphemistically Black Irish, but Black people who were Irish. Creatively constituted families, individuals striving to keep it together and find even a little joy, even if sometimes they had to wield a razor to protect themselves. Stephen, a film buff and a photographer, here brings a novelist's and a filmmaker's eye to this rendering of the past. And in the census enumerator, he has a wonderful, if flawed, character. We walk the streets with the census enumerator, going door to door. We follow some residents through time. Stephen is an extraordinary storyteller here, yet it is important that I note he never turns to fiction. He doesn't make up anything about the lives of the people he encounters in the archive. He has too much respect for them to make up anything, and he doesn't have to. He takes his time to find their stories. And from the very beginning, we know whose side he is on. But knowing whose side he is on doesn't mean that he doesn't also give us fully humanized versions of all of his figures, even those of whom he's critical. In this instance, he is critical most often of Columbia-based and Columbia-trained sociologists and social scientists who study the Valley community and make policy and reform recommendations based upon what are clearly racist and classist analysis masquerading as objective truths. Stephen's history also turns to a kind of critical institutional and intellectual history of the institution that employs him, right? Basically, it's as if he's asking the question, what have our disciplines wrought? What harms have they done, right? What repair can they assist us in doing? These questions turn me to the present in which Stephen was writing, the present with which he opens the book and the present with which he closes it, and a present that is already past. As Stephen began thinking about this book, the buildings that make up the new Manhattanville campus had not yet risen, though it was clear that they were on their way. And over the years, he would watch their construction from his apartment window. And during this time, he befriended many of the tenant rights activists who would resist the expansion. And during his brief tenure as director of IRAAS from 2006 to 2008, he would bring together some of these tenants' rights organizers with student activists and with Columbia faculty like Lionel McIntyre to inform faculty and students about community struggles against Columbia's use of eminent domain. At one point, Stephen told me he was quietly chastised by a friend of his who now worked within our administration for his efforts. And I thought, I don't know how this person could have been a friend and believed that Stephen would have behaved any differently. Right? For me, Stephen always offered an ethical challenge for those of us who work within the institutions and who align ourselves with the communities who have historically been poorly treated by them. Eric is so right. It's a sense of ambivalence that we live with and live in that sense of ambivalence. How do we hold our institutions accountable? How do we struggle to make them better? At the time this book was beginning to take shape, Stephen's critique was of the neoliberal university, and as he was finishing it, the Manhattanville campus was largely underway with 3 new buildings and more on the way, but we had entered an age of ascendant fascism. He could see the new transparent buildings from his window. He could also see the long lines that formed outside of them, serving as a polling place for the 2020 election. He could see the public access spaces and note that the black and brown publics did not seem to make extensive use of them. As the conditions of the pandemic unfolded, he recognized in them the conditions of overcrowding, unfair housing, and health inequities that have long haunted the area and still do so in spite of promises of scientific discovery for a greater public good. And all of these things told him and should tell us that the history and the ethnography of this book, his last and one of his most significant, has much to teach us. A last thought on time. Time. I thought we had more of it. I thought we had at least as many tomorrows as we had yesterdays. But because we do not, I am so grateful for every second we shared. But this I know in my bones, that friendship does not end with death. It continues to exist in my memories, which accompany me, memories that are filled with as much joy and laughter, and sometimes with laughter, and I know Arlene knows this, laughter about things that I will never share publicly. Arlene knows it. Jackie knows some of them. All right, but laughter nonetheless. As much joy and laughter as it does tears, more joy and laughter than it does tears. That it's a friendship that exists in my love for his daughter Susan. That it's a friendship that exists in yet another sense of time, a simultaneous, parallel sense of time that informs our steps, our choices, with questions, suggestions, urgings, a gentle push toward the futures that we will continue to create together. Thank you.
This is on. Thanks, Mabel, and everyone who made this possible today, and everyone who has already spoken. It's really an honor to be here, part of the celebration of Stephen's work. And I also feel that what else can we add? This book is really vintage Stephen, and there's so much of the previous works in this volume that do not even merit mentioned. There's a lot that's been said that resonate with the book. So what I'll try to do is try to think about this book perhaps in relation to some of the latest contributions, and also try to position it a little bit in terms of what he would have thought. My goodness, Stephen did not like to talk about his work publicly. You would invite him to speak or give a presentation, he would say no. So I wonder what he would think or say about this day where all of us are talking about his work, right? And also talking about his work in such admiring and praising ways, right? Because ultimately, as we know, many of us know, Stephen was an incredible workaholic, really deeply concerned with his work. He would spend a month over an endnote. And there was something about a kind of insecurity deep inside. I'm like, where is that coming from? And it came from the hostility, right? Of being in a discipline that did not recognize him. And I think some of us have already touched on that lightly. You know, we wonder what was the reception of his work, and the fact is that a lot of us loved his work and were inspired by it, but that's not really how his work was received within the dominant canons of anthropology, for sure geography, urban studies at all, right? These are extremely white-dominated fields where the work of a Black urban ethnographer, which was exposing anti-Blackness so clearly, was not at all welcomed. He had very few graduate students in the spaces that he taught. And he was not quoted by many graduate students working in these fields. And I think it's important that we recognize that, because when Oneka said, you know, how proud she would feel to be recognized as a student, that is a minoritized position. That very few students, graduate students that took classes with him would claim. My hunch is that when this book is published, right, that will change. And that will change because a lot of things have changed kind of quickly in the past couple of years. Hopefully, those changes will be structural and will remain, right? But I don't know, right? A lot of our conversations and our bonding had a lot to do with we sharing that position, right, within, you know, anthropologists of color that came to anthropology, not through anthropology, but through ethnic studies or African American studies or American studies, spaces that needed somebody that did ethnography or positions that had to do with African American studies, not necessarily with anthropology training, recruiting us, right? So we had a lot of that experience of 20 years working together, I at NYU and he and the kinds of things we saw about what type of urban anthropology was validated and uplifted, and how that on and on excluded, right, people of color and the work of someone like Stephen. And even recognizing that, I feel like, you know, should I even say that out loud, right? Because he wouldn't say that out loud in a way, and there's kind of an embarrassment of having to say that out loud, because what a tragedy it is to recognize that in fact that was the case. And but I think it's important perhaps to have that reference, because when I read his book, I cannot read this book and not think about that positionality and how it impacted his writing and how it impacted his move away from anthropology to history. And his decision to perhaps really go into the archive and really go into geography. There's something about this kind of rigor, right, of him positioning himself in other spaces that I think, anyways. But the heart of this work is once again another work of power. And that's another important element about the purity of Stephen's position, right? And I'll just read, because otherwise I'm just going to go over time, and hopefully this will make some sense. Stephen was a brilliant urban ethnographer of power in the purest definition of the term, in that going against the tendency to look at the poor and their ways, Stephen was always more interested in exposing the powerful elites that shaped their work. This approach is evident in his previous works that we've discussed all day, where long before we were talking about neoliberalism or racial capitalism, Gregory was dissecting the political economy of space and urban transformations, exposing the racialized discourse of urban developmentalism elites for all of us to see. Now, this new work shows Stephen's consistent approach to studying up, to deconstruct the working of power in institutions, policies, and discourses at his best. But it also shows that Stephen is not only a brilliant urban ethnographer, but also an astute urban historian, a geographer, and most of all, a humanist. Here we see Stephen excavating the forces that come together to create a normalized segregation and racial spatial distinctions by going to the archives and exposing the legacies of dispossession in the longue durée, making clear that neoliberal urbanism is not new after all, that urban planners, government elites, scholars have been reproducing the same playbook for dispossessing the poor and enriching elites forever. And this is like the one point that comes over and over. You cannot ignore that. And sometimes the book is almost repetitive in that that point is like on and on. You cannot escape. He gives you receipts over and over. We tend to think of urban landscapes and the built environment as static or predetermined, instead of as a material representation of processes of inequality and exclusion sedimented in space. Likewise, we think of processes like gentrification and displacement as natural and inevitable conditions that are impossible to tackle and contest. Stephen deconstructs the taken for granted normalcy of space and geography and of processes of gentrification to show how they're the product of individual choices, structural conditions that are coupled and intertwined and reinforce each other, and how these are sustained by worldviews, ideologies, embodied and rooted in dominant epistemologies, sustained by disciplines from the social sciences, statistics, urban planning, and also even philanthropy. The chapter on Rockefeller and the housing for the poor is priceless. As well as his analysis of policies that affect banking, lending, and more. The value of this approach is that we can clearly see the concerted efforts and the mutually reinforcing benign institutions and actors that created and built the Acropolis as the bastion of knowledge, power, and whiteness, of government, discipline, and control, and also that created the slums, the masses, the disorderly, the pathological, those in need of care, intervention, governing, and separation. In other words, it is impossible to read this book and not realize that different views, ideas, choices, policies, and even the rise of different disciplines would have led to very different results. Or to recognize how much appeals to the public good are made up, compromised, and can serve as an instrument of oppression. It is impossible to not become aware of how complicity the university and the disciplines have been in sustaining anti-Blackness. In other words, it is impossible to read this book and not question the meaning of order and community and the very purpose of education when Stephen shows how implicated the disciplines, especially of the social sciences, have been to the dispossession of the poor. And I imagine that's what Stephen ultimately intended, to write finally the definite book, where his critique would perhaps be heard and listened to, and that would finally put to rest any pretenses around the need for urban governmentability to serve the common good. The book that would finally help us tease away and challenge the natural forces of capital or geography that are seen as inevitable within the well-oiled bureaucracies of urban development and planning, so that from this space we can finally begin to imagine more fair and open cities and ways through which they could be enacted for all. This argument is reinforced by his longue durée approach, which adds to the gravity of his challenge by making urban planning and developmentalist discourse appear as what it actually is: extremely passé, redundant, old-fashioned, and derivative. Yes, the displacement of local merchants for Columbia's expansion today follows the same formula from almost a century ago. There's hardly no new tricks. Stephen Books makes it impossible to hide the anti-Blackness. And again, we've commented on his daring, how daring this is for his position as an employing institution. But I want to say also that this book was also positioned by some important literature that is growing also by some important African-American scholars, such as Devarian Baldwin, Craig Stevens, and I'm going to mention Ebony and Ivory, for instance, looking at the history of slavery in universities, or Devarian Baldwin, that is looking more about urban development today. But what makes Stevens unique is that this is not really a work about the university developmental politics, but rather what I find most fascinating is that he's really looking at all the systems that sustain that university. So that the university is just one component of a larger analysis that helps us think about, as I said, philanthropy, but also the disciplines, urban planning, government, and all of the other worldviews, perhaps, that sustain that. So that the analysis goes beyond the university, right, to sort of think about urban development itself. Now, those who know Stephen knew that he was a cheerleader to the powerless, always cheering on those that would protest and resist it. Yet on this front, this book left me aching for more because it's so historical and it's so anchored in the archive. Yes, we learned about the actions by tenant associations and the community organizations, but these actions didn't seem, at least to me, to be the focus of the book as much as his intent on dissecting the university apparatus and the disciplines that sustained and how they quenched rebellion, right? And how they, so in this regard, I'd like to think of this book as perhaps a guide for anti-capitalist theorizing, organizing, and thinking. A tool to learn how power works so that we can enact more racially and economically welcoming cities where we all have the right to exist. A book that could be used by urban planners, by activists, not only by anthropologists or social scientists. And finally, I'd like to think also of this book as a critical response to anthropology, because remember, as I started early on, like other anthropologists of color, Gregory shared a complex relationship with anthropology, fed by his long-standing frustrations with the discipline's limitations to engage with racism and with the scholarship of African American scholars. Stephen's turn to geography and to history then are seen as strategic responses to the limits of ethnography and anthropology, and I hope that they serve as a wake-up call to the discipline at last. Thank you so much.
Evening, everybody. Can everyone hear me all right? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. I want to reiterate thanks that have been given many times this afternoon, and I want to contribute mine. Thank you to Iris, to Mabel, to Diedra, to support staff, to everybody for organizing this in memory of our dear colleague, Stephen Gregory. I'm pinch hitting for another colleague who unfortunately suffered a loss in his family, and although with some trepidation, it is with great happiness that I'm here to fill in, particularly to say my thoughts about our colleague, but also, quite frankly, to get a sneak peek at what is a truly fantastic book. I just cannot really wrap my mind around it. I really should also admit that I have not had enough time to really let it sink in. I've only had a chance to look at it over the past couple of days, and it is, it will be with me for a while. I cannot wait for it to come out. I'm going to find some way to teach it and recommend it to people. I feel like I've seen a film that has been a pre-release, and I am just waiting to tell everyone about how it ends. That is how excited I've been about this book. It is truly fantastic. I'm also particularly happy to be on a panel that is as multidisciplinary as the book itself. When Mabel first asked me to do this, like I said, I had some trepidation. I'm not an anthropologist. I read anthropology when I can. Certainly it informs my work where it has. But I said, oh my goodness, who am I to engage with this? And then I saw it and realized there is something here for all of our disciplines. To be quite frank, the history here is, I would not have known he was an anthropologist. He, as you said, it's clear that he might spend a month on a footnote. He goes so deep into the crates to get us really what we need to know, to give us that toolkit, as you said, Arlene, about organizing and how to think about power. It's an intellectually wide-ranging book, in short, and it demonstrates its author's comfort in multiple disciplines and multiple theoretical orientations. It is not a theoretical book for theory's sake. Instead, it is theory in service of a larger project, which is deconstructing power and white supremacy, and how all those form geography. And it has so many facets. It's fairly, I mean, well, social history, cultural history, intellectual history, and spatial history each give us their own understanding of the world around us. I would say it is fairly rare, perhaps even exceedingly rare, to have in one book such an adept combination of all four working in seamless concert. Just to give you just some aspects of it. As Arlene said, there is a dissection of power. He shows us as you said, the receipts. He shows us where the power flows, and on multiple levels, on several scales. It is a formal political history. We get an insight to what City Hall thinks as it builds this Acropolis. But at the same time, we get the micro history, studying up, I think, as Arlene said, and as the social history term goes. We see the network of power and capital flows. It's a story about real estate. It's a rigorously critical intellectual history. It's a real and meaningful engagement with questions of geography, space, and scale. And there are infrapolitical stakes as well. We see as much as the attention that he pays to the formal politics, to the politics of capital and real estate and investment and extractive predatory practices by, not just banks and landlords, but also philanthropists and universities, in which one we sit right now. We also get the micropolitics. He's working seamlessly between what it means to participate in an uprising in 1943. He gives us insights into a sonic color line, where what performative aspects of this Jim Crow line in Harlem that is always in flux. The images aren't yet ready for the manuscript, so we read it without those. But I can't imagine. I have imagined. I'm salivating to think about what maps and what imagery he's going to use to convey. I mean, the imagery in the text itself is just so evocative, and I just imagine that his selection of supporting images will be equally breathtaking. It is rare. The title has the phrase longue durée in it, which typically, from the Annales school of historiography, implies, a sweeping view of history that could be, at minimum a century. Usually it could be, half a millennium is more. And so you don't really expect in a longue durée study to get the intricate attention to detail of individuals who are acting, making decisions, who are resisting, and things that, the way he paid attention to people as he walked down the street or as he was teaching a class, and to a critique, as Vanessa said in the previous panel, that the rest of us, and I say myself included, when you told us that story, I said, oh my goodness, that's just, I'll pull my punches there. But it was inspiring to hear that story. The way he pays attention to what people think and do and decide and how they feel is clearly there in ways that you might not expect from longue durée. He gives us the wide sweep of roughly 200 years of history in here, while also doing the micro history that you might expect to find a book that covered, 7, 10, 15 years. It's truly amazing. An example, and also how he has done this is also unexpected. And just to take one example, it would be, the title is The Acropolis in the Valley. And I'm sorry, I'm speaking about this book as though we've all read it. I could tell you a little bit about it and its premise. And it would be rather, it's based on this, or the beginning part of this idea that the land on which we sit right now, unceded Lenape territory, by the by, is roughly 100 feet above much of the land surrounding it in Harlem, or below us on what's now called the Upper West Side. And it was deliberately picked as a site for institutions such as Columbia, such as Riverside Church, such as Teachers College, and some other ventures by the Rockefellers and others, to be this shining city on a hill. It would be rather easy to impose a strictly materialist analysis to say that it is the land that gives you this, right? That it's built on this foundation, and I'm not a geologist, by the way, but it's on this foundation of just this hard rock that is apparently very hard to move and to cut through. But actually, he turns that around for us. To paraphrase Berdure, it's not the map. The map does not reflect the territory. It's the idea that precedes the map. And people in concert, following capital flows, the kind of avaricious way in which capital will always seek markets and it will always seek land, remade this area in an image which is, to be quite frank, and he is quite frank in this book, it is a project of white supremacy through and through. I know that seems almost trite. I'm not doing the book justice. This whole country, after all, was founded on white supremacy. Much of this hemisphere was founded on white supremacy. But to be actually introduced to the formal, not formal, it's formal and informal, but the receipts metaphor keeps coming to mind, that he shows us precisely how these ideas make the land, which are always, if not always, most of the time, anti-Black in origin. This is the land here as it was built, the architecture itself, the way these projects were spatially laid out, were always in the service of racial control, racial management. And he shows us that even to this metaphor of a spiked fence, which I really encourage you all to pay attention to that when it first shows up early, I think in the 3rd chapter or so, because it comes up again as a metaphor. I had to look it up. It's a thing. Spiked fence is an actual thing. And the way that he deploys it as a concept is just, it's nearly breathtaking, in short. I will also, and I'm sorry, I know that we are short on time as well, so I may skip through a few more of my comments. But in his spatial analysis, yes, we are talking about real estate. And I think many of us we have heard and talked to Stephen personally, individually, or in groups about his interest in investment and resistance to this institution's seizure of space and geographic aggrandizement. Is certainly a book about real estate here, but it's so much more than that. We're also talking about racial violence between ethnic groups who are living cheek by jowl and always in this racially managed geography that more or less circles around 125th Street and some points north and south of that. Yes, we're talking about formal state violence, particularly in policing. But on top of all this, and literally on top of all this, on a hill, is a university from whose 100-foot elevation is discharged racial science, social science in particular, in a no less toxic manner than how wealthy enclaves in the same period, in the 19th century and in the 18th century and the 17th century before, would have situated their own houses, institutions on hills to avoid the pestilential effects of their own effluvia, which is to say that if you lived in a valley for much of modern history, particularly the history in this Western Hemisphere, it was by design. You were living, you were the recipient of rivers of shit, to be quite honest with you, that would just wash down from a hill. And this is my analogy, not necessarily his, but what this university has done in terms of the way it orchestrated and supported racial science that always undermined or attempted to undermine the resistance, undermine the assertion of its own political agendas, is very much like that, taking a position on a hill and then funding the type of research that, depicted our communities as being, just to name a few adjectives, dysfunctional, violent, ignorant, benighted. It goes on and on and on. And, one is left wondering, which would you rather have? Would you rather have the effluvia and offal of someone, of wealthy people on a hill, or would you rather have the social science? Both are equally noxious, I would say. In his analysis of what he calls the verticality of power, in short, is really is the most. I keep using the word breathtaking. I'm sorry. I'm a writer by trade and by profession. I would think that I'd have more vocabulary words at my disposal, but this is the one to which I keep returning. As much as Sfera pointed out Stephen's fixation with time, for me, I was just equally blown away by his attention to space and not just on the horizontal, but on the vertical itself. It is, as someone remarked earlier, it is a well-chosen title to think about this area and its history as being a project of white supremacy and in a latter-day Grecian classical Acropolis and a valley in which civilization was to be brought by so many noble people, such as presidents and provosts in this at this university, the Rockefellers, City Hall, etc. And by the way, two characters who show up in this event are actually memorialized in my own department. The Dunning School of Historiography, a very racist one. There's a faculty fund. We all get about $300, right, Frank? I'm not lying, right? We get about $300 a year to buy books or whatever from the Dunning Fund. I don't know who endowed it. I always think I'm sure Dunning is probably spinning his grave to know that I'm sitting there buying stuff with money in his name. And then in our faculty lounge, Jacques Barzone, who participated in the displacement of black communities in the 1950s as provost here, is also memorialized in my own faculty lounge. I see him every day when I get a coffee and speak with my colleagues. It's an intimate book. It's almost a sense of shame that I did not know the history around me, a history in which I've lived and worked for so many years now. The last time I saw Stephen was in the summer of 2021. It was a couple months before he passed. We had dinner. I'll give you one guess where it was, those of you who know him. Toast, that's right. Went to Toast. And fair as you said, he did get there early. And it was still, pandemic, so there was lots of sidewalk space. And he's got the pose there. He's just, the brother was too cool, really, certainly. And we talked, a bit. He was excited about finishing this book, excited about new projects he had. It's really what I needed. That kind of enthusiasm rubbed off on me. And I took it with me for the rest of that evening and for the rest of the summer as well. And of course, our conversation happened in about 5-minute spurts because we were interrupted about every 5 or 8 minutes or so by someone who knew him, who checked in or to give him an update on a mutual friend in the neighborhood. And then, he would do the obligatory introductions of people that I don't remember their names at all, but had lovely, brief conversations with them. And it was, I think maybe in hindsight, but I think even before his passing, I was struck by it. We speak quite often and perhaps fashionably about how cosmopolitanism is kind of a feeling of rootlessness, placelessness, that, we are, cosmopolitans have no place. We're itinerant, worldly as such. But here was a consummate intellectual, a man who was as cosmopolitan as they come, and yet who, if I'd had time to really write out some comments, I was going to title this, or if I write an essay, which I might, I was going to call this A Man Who Knew His Place. He had a place. He had so many friends in that neighborhood. And there I am just kind of, like almost, studying at the master's knee, just watching him. Like, it's almost as though he could not turn off the ethnographer brain. Or maybe it was just the humanity of him that made him such a good ethnographer. But this was his place. He was rooted here. He lived here. He worked here. He loved here. And for all of that, I don't think I'll ever see this neighborhood the same way again, or this institution. And I'm profoundly grateful for that. I miss my colleague. And I really wish I could thank him for that in person. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
I am aware that we are running slightly behind time, but I'm so grateful to all three of our panelists for this introduction to the forthcoming The Valley and the Acropolis. And I wonder if there are any questions from the audience before we move on to our closing remarks. Sure. We have two.
I guess my only question is there a projected release date, and what might that be?
We don't have a release date yet, but it's being worked on, and it will be published, and we will do something so that you know when it's going to be available, but hopefully not too long in the future. Yeah.
But I would say the book is quite advanced, and there's only one chapter that is alluded to, but it's missing. But I don't think even it's needed in the book. That's something else that we could talk because there's an epilogue that is completed. So the book is very well written, and the comments were very, very clear. There's a clear plan for revision, and we have a fantastic editor that's here with us. That's going to be spearheading the project, Elizabeth Chin, who you heard earlier. And so hopefully in the next 2-3 years, I would say 2 years.
2 years, I think.
2 years.
Yeah. And the epilogue that Arlene mentioned, like typical, like when I write an epilogue, it's 3 pages. This epilogue is 50 pages.
Yeah.
So, right, it is the last chapter, I think.
The book is nearly 500.
Yeah, it's long.
Can you wait for the microphone?
Yeah.
Oh, Diedra and then Rich, please.
And are there pictures? Are there places where he was going to insert?
There's some placeholders there that say image or so-and-so, but they're not included. I imagine they're somewhere in an archive, Farah?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some of them might be archival photographs because so much of it is historical, and then there might be some that he's taken, but I haven't seen them. Yeah.
Rich has a question.
Thanks to you all. Farah, I have a question for you. You mentioned that Stephen brought a novelistic eye or novelist's eye to the practice of, or the discipline of ethnography. I mean, I'm thinking about the bottom, right? Toni Morrison, Sula. Could you say a little bit about, I mean, this is what Sam ended with as well, but did it come to your mind over and over again, the valley and the bottom as being analogous?
Kind of, except that, no, because literally the geographical space that he's writing about, the valley really is the valley, and like in Morrison, the bottom is the top, right? And it's the worst land, you know. But the way that he sort of makes the valley the place, you know, that the Acropolis is presenting itself as the place of civilization and richness, and that the valley really is the place where there's all of this vibrancy and community, and also where the structures of power are kind of, you know, stamping it down. But we also know that, you know, the Harlem Renaissance is going to emerge. And as much as social science is an object of critique, there are also reminders that there's alternative ways of doing social science. There are people who are like, you know, Du Boisian, who have a Du Boisian eye in those communities that official social science doesn't even recognize. So in that way, but you know, it's not a Morrisonian text. Like I'm a Morrisonian, Stephen was not a Morrisonian in that way. Yeah.
Are there other questions from the audience? I wonder if I might ask you all, there was one thing about the text that I was particularly excited by and interested in, and that was, so Columbia uses, in part, one of its justifications for eminent domain is the bathtub that they're hoping to produce. So there's the valley, but there's also the underground that's happening. So they call it the bathtub, and it's the space where Columbia proposes to place all of the workings, the delivery spaces, the underground places for maintenance, for HVAC systems, for all of the buildings they're proposing to put in the expansion. So I'm also very interested in the ways that we have the plateau, the Acropolis, the valley, and then so much that's happening underground as well. And I wonder if any of you had thought about that other kind of what lies beneath that Stephen's excavating for us in the text and what you make of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I was struck by it too, and thinking if I had more time, this is a place I'd like to linger. Also that even that's a place of, I mean, it's controversial. Like, you know, on the one hand, this is where all this stuff we're going to put here, but also what are the consequences of doing that for the surrounding communities? That's a place of controversy. But I also kept thinking about the other bathtub in popular culture is Beast of the Southern Wild, right? So I kept thinking about it in relation to that notion of the bathtub as well. But right, that's yet another, it's the underground, right? It's a different underground from the subway underground, a different kind of New York space that Columbia is proposing, right?
I also wanted to add something I didn't mention at all, but it was earlier mentioned. I think you mentioned the Black Irish. I forget who. Yeah, this book is really very typical to the same approach that Patricia Zavella highlighted in that volume Race back in the 90s, right? Early work. In that there's a really very rich treatment of race and ethnicity. There are Puerto Ricans, there are Black Latinx, and there's oftentimes when you read a lot of urban ethnographers, they tend to kind of flatten populations, you know, Black and brown, or just, you know, there's the diversity of both the African American community and also the Black diaspora community that lives in Harlem and is affected by these processes comes through. And you could see this diversity and this approach to the diverse population from historical records also, right? From when he's looking at the relationship between Irish Americans, African Americans, and also the Black Irish and the Irish who were Black and vice versa. So you really get that kind of historical nuance, right, around race and ethnicity. In a way that I think is going to be very productive to a lot of urbanists who are dealing with race in our very multi-ethnic and diversities.
Last call for questions from our audience. All right, can we please thank our panelists?
So, well, oops, sorry about that. So I think this is a really sort of, I want to say fantastic end, but it's not, because we know this book will continue. It's going to, you know, it's going to be released and there'll be further conversations about it. But also, I mean, that question of the bathtub is an interesting one. And this is a very Morrisonian quote that I'm going to use to talk about it. Because it is actually the river remembering, right? They have to build and basically carve out all of that land to keep the water from coming into all of those buildings in Manhattanville. So in a way, it's simply the water remembering, as Morrison said about the Mississippi. It's flooding because it's remembering where the river used to go. And I think that's true about, you know, the way in which it's not just, you know, the geology, but that translation into the buildings that attempt to construct, right, these landscapes and sites and representations of power. And I think your reflections are so incredible because they return us to the value of Stephen's work, as I think all of us sort of talked about today. But I did want to take a moment and just say, if there's anyone in the audience, I know LaShane Lindsay's here and had some thoughts to share about Stephen, and I'm sure there are other folks here who may want to share with us. I don't know if you want this. Do you want to?
I'll just go up.
Okay.
That's on? No, I'll grab a seat. All right. First and foremost, everybody, thank you for inviting me here. And it has just been amazing to listen to this discussion about Steve's life. And I was one of his former students,
And when I got asked to do this, like I got asked to, Farrah asked me, she said, oh, Lashane, could you speak as one of his former students? It took me like 5 minutes. And I'm just like, man, like we're a little bit more like that. We're a little bit different than that. Like, right? Like our friend, me and Steve's friendship was unlike a friendship that I had with a guy. But I just wanted to talk about today. It's just this whole idea that, you guys talked about his relationship and his fixation on time and location. And I thought, given our relationship, I want to focus on his fixation on coolness, right? Like, cause Steve was obsessed with it, right? Like, he was absolutely obsessed with being cool and making sure that I knew that he was cool. And I wanna talk about how that all started. And it all started, I moved to New York, August 28th, 2001, a couple weeks before September 11th. And I met, I vaguely remember the class that, Vanessa, when you said, oh, I took this class called Race and the Articulation of Difference, I was like, oh yeah, that was the class I took with Steve, right? But it wasn't, I was looking for you in the audience and you were sitting right in the front row. But that was a class I took with him. But the first time we met, first time we hung out, the first moment we had, and a couple people here were at this room. This is how I met Steve, right? I'm going to tell you guys about the first time I met him, and then I want to tell you about the last time we met up. But the first time we met up was, it was about a month after, the first time we hung out, it was about a month after 9/11, and Dr. Marable invited everyone in the Institute to his home. It was 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning, right? It was kind of early on a Saturday morning, and he's just like, I want everybody to come to my house for a discussion. And everybody in the Institute assumed that this discussion was going to be about 9/11, right? What else could we be talking about? This is that was kind of what was going on. So we all get to Dr. Marable's house. We mingle for a second. And out of nowhere, Dr. Marable rolls in a slide projector. And the whole event was he wanted to show everybody his vacation photos from Durban, South Africa, when he went to the UN UN conference on racism. Yeah. And we were all the room was about this size, and all of a sudden, he breaks out this slideshow, and we were all just sitting around what is going on here, right? And it was just I was a first year grad school, and what am I, 22 years old, and in the corner, Steve was just sitting in the corner, just looking oh man, this is this. He was unimpressed, right? This felt completely below his expectations, and. And I just kind of noticed him, so I just kind of wandered next to him, and I was just sitting there, and he turns around to me and he's just like, hey man, I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette. I'm like, oh, you want to? And he asked me, do I want to come with? So I was just like, okay, I'm never we don't talk. This is the first time I'm really. So we leave we walk downstairs, Dr. Marable, in front of Dr. Marable's apartment, and he goes off, right? She's like, this is a total bait and switch, man. I'm not going in. He's like, this is a total bait and switch. I didn't wake up this early in the morning to come all the way here, and we're sitting here looking at vacation slides, right? And he was very serious, and I just remember just being in awe because I had never heard a professor talk like that before, right? I didn't even know that you can have that reaction to your job. If they say you show up here at 10 o'clock, that's where you're supposed to be, right? That's what I thought. But Gregory wasn't having it, right? Gregory was just going, I was just sitting there, wow, he really doesn't want to be here. And what happened was I don't want to exaggerate, maybe 5-10 minutes of me just sitting here, just actually kind of in awe, wow, this is I I was impressed. And he lights up another cigarette, and I'll never forget this. He just looks up, and he's like, I'm not going back up there, man. And he just walks away. And he just walked down Riverside Drive, just like smoking a cigarette. And I was just sitting there with my hands in the pocket, like that was the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life, right? That was like, I didn't know that you could be, that you could just walk away from a work event like that and just say, the hell with it. So I go upstairs, he just left me. He was just pissed that he had to be there. So I walk back upstairs and I'm like, man, you guys are this Gregory dude. He's, and at that point, we kind of declared him the bad boy of IRAAS, right? He was, but let me be honest about it. I feel I know for a fact at that moment, when I went upstairs and said Gregory left because this was a bait and switch, and everybody agreed, and we were all man, I knew at that moment I wanted to hang out with him. Right? Because everybody thought he was cool what he did, right? So I'm like, man, if I could associate myself with the cool dude, I'd be on my way, right? So it couldn't have been, let's see, if that was let's say November-ish or October-ish or something, I would almost say that immediately, probably that next week, me and Gregory, I started walking him home every night. I'd stay after, I'd just hang around, and I would just walk him home, and we would talk about stuff, right? And we would talk about what was pissing him off at the time, or just stuff. And I keep going back to we would talk about stuff because that dude had a million different interests, right? And so did I. And I just always remember him being I always thought it was cool that he was kind of fascinated listening to me talk about the stuff that I was fascinated by, right? And let's see, I think it was probably December-ish. That's when I met Arlene. Because this is my first semester of grad school. I'm 22, and I was walking him home. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm having a party at my house. How about you come through this for the holiday?" And that's when it occurred to me, the coolest dude that I ever met in my life thinks I'm cool too, right? I know he thinks he wouldn't invite me to his house if he didn't think I was cool, right? So I was just oh my God, I've earned one of the coolest dudes I've ever met in my life. I'm 22 years old, 23 maybe, and he thinks that I'm cool. My life is set. We started hanging out. And when I say we would, he was, kind of fixated on cool things, I swear to God, we would talk just the music. I was really into at Columbia I studied, African American stage comedy, and we were both really into Richard Pryor, and he really liked Eddie Murphy, and he had old old comedy records that he wanted me to listen to, and we talked about everything. And coming back to that student thing, from time to time, and I wouldn't even say from time to time, every time we hang out, or every other time we hang out, I'd be like, hey man, what are you working on? What type of, what are you writing anything? What are you working on? And it was the same response every time. Oh yeah, and then he would tell me what he was working on, but that was, I don't know if he really thought that conversation was cool, because it was the last thing that we always that he wanted to talk about with me, and it wasn't because that he didn't understand it. I think that especially the first, the beginning of our friendship, I'm a labor activist. He was really into hearing stories about my work in organized labor. He thought some of the, like, you know, in the beginning, some of the stories were silly. People do stupid things at work, and they would call me. And, like, Steve would, like, you know, I enjoyed telling Steve those stories. As far as me getting into labor activism and not academia, a lot of people ask me how, like, you know, why'd you go in that direction? And I can sit, like, when I think of that question, and then I think about my relationship with Steve, and I don't know how to, like, well, no, I do know how to say it more than, it was just this, we had a lot of conversations when I told about, like, early in our friendship, we had a lot of conversations about activism and things like that. And it was one day we went to a protest against the war in Iraq. This is probably like 2000 and like tickling 2003-ish. And I dragged him downtown for a protest. And he saw me get into it. Like, I remember a funny thing he said was like, where are all these people when they banned smoking? Like, cause that was, cause he was still kind of, he was still kind of hot about the New York City smoking ban. And, and you know what? Let me back up and talk about, I was just thinking about, like, how do I focus on the fact that just Steve was so cool? And, you know, a joke that I was looking at this picture, and I'm like, man, I know Steve at least started smoking because they was cool. Like, right? Like, me, I remember in 2002, like, it was, I think it was the West End where he was still hanging. And they allowed smoking, and I just, like, it was the funniest thing, because I just remember, like, man, he makes it look cool. Like, right? Like, it was just how he held a cigarette and how, like, he would just hang out at the bar and strike those poses that you were talking about. And I'm like, wow, like, that is, like, he was, like, it was those poses where he was just trying to not convince me, but it was just important to him that I thought he was cool. And it was important to me that he thought it was cool. And that was our relationship. Oh, okay, that's better. Sorry about that. We had countless conversations. Like I said, half of them, like we don't, like, there was just, you know, he was a guy that we went on bike rides and we just sat up and watched movies about, like, or comedies, specials actually. And that was just kind of, was our thing for a long time. His focus on people and how I was always kind of, when he would introduce me or when he would introduce other people to me, like, there was always this, like, it was important for it that he felt like he was, like, vouching for me. Like, here's Lashane, like, here's this Lashane guy. He's cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't worry about him. And that, like, the toast group, like, that image that he had in the community as, like, a cool guy, like, it was just very, very important for him to preserve. I guess, I miss my friend, but what I do remember is the last time we hung out. And it was not the summer, it was 2 summers before COVID. Like it was a summer before COVID. It was a summer before COVID, and we took a walk through Harlem, and I was laughing with Fair about it because, like, you know, I met up at his house, and he, you know, we were getting ready to go, and he grabbed his hat, and he made like like he had his cigarettes, and I'm like, but when he grabbed the hat, I'm like, man, like you and your film noir props, like, right, like with the hats and the cigarettes, and like I'm sure you don't, you know, it's just like he grabbed his camera. That was it. Like, and we walked through Harlem for an afternoon with his hat, and his cigarettes, and his camera, and he just took pictures. I think he ran into someone he knew, and like I just caught all that secondhand coolness, right? Like meaning just hanging out with him just made me feel like, man, like this is exactly where I'm supposed to be, man, because this is by far one of the coolest guys I've ever met. We caught up, like you know, we talked enough where it didn't, you know, like it didn't take a lot of catching up. But what I remember about that last conversation is the degree to which we realized how much, like the degree that it was remarkable how much we had in common. And it just got me to thinking about that original connection that we had, in the sense that, you know, I'm a little younger than he was when he first met me. It's 20 years ago. And sometimes I feel like he saw this kid that kind of reminded him of him when he was his age, right? Like where he just kind of was just like, you know what? Like I know exactly where this is. Like I'm familiar with this type, right? Like and he kind of took me under his wing in a way that it was like coming back to what I was saying about me getting into labor. Gregory, multiple occasions, he was like, are you sure? Like, I thought I was going to get into academia. And Gregory was just like, man, you're really passionate about this organizing stuff. This academia stuff sucks, man. Like you don't want to do it, man. Like, and I know that this is an academic event, so I'm not, like, he loved his job. But I think that you can love things and still not think they're cool. Like, so maybe that's where we were at. But he really encouraged me to do what I was passionate about, which is, you know, organizing workers. That, I'm going to give that to him, because that, like, it was like he was always there to kind of just be like, man, do whatever. Like, that's what's gonna make you happy, knock yourself out, man. Like, and I knew I had his support. I knew I had his support at all, like, at every step. And he knew that I was there multiple times when he needed my support. And that was just the nature of our friendship. And I'm gonna miss him. And, like, you know, just having that, he was that guy that I could call from, like, I could call and we could meet up at Toast or, Toast or his apartment. Like, it was those were his office spaces. And just kind of talk. And that's what I miss most. Like, we would laugh together. The dude was hilarious. And, like, you know, we both spent a good yarn. Like, we both had stories to tell for days. And dudes like that are hard to come by. So, yeah, we'll talk, like, more about Gregory's life, I assume. But that's what I wanted to share about Gregory. So thank you guys for listening. Can I say something about that text I sent you? The text I sent? Yes. Another cool thing about my relationship with Gregory and my relationship with everybody in this room is today. Today is the eve. This is November 18th. On November 19th, 2002, I was in a house fire up the street on 123rd in Morningside, and I lost everything that I owned. And I was that Columbia student that was kind of floating on couches in Butler Library, right? And everybody, Columbia dropped the ball, on how to deal with homeless student. But what I remember most about that time, and just being here right now, sitting at this seat on literally the 20-year anniversary of the event, is that I wouldn't have made it without the Institute. Columbia dropped the ball, but the Institute made sure I was all right. Farrah, Sam Roberts, who our friendship was kind of it started when he let me stay in his apartment after that fire. And the friends and just the community that this place has provided for me. You guys are all very important, so thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, LaShane. I don't know if there's anything else or any thoughts others want to share. I think this has really been a remarkable day, an incredible afternoon. Oh, yes. Please. Yeah.
Thanks. I just wanted to say something really short. I'm Amelia. Hi, everyone. And I recently finished up my PhD at Teachers College. But I wanted to kind of emphasize some of the mentorship and the pedagogy that people were speaking about throughout the panels. Stephen Gregory was, so I was in the Anthropology and Education program at Teachers College. And my original advisor passed very early on in my experience. And Stephen Gregory knew him. He knew the context of my department. And he really took me in at a time where I was very lost. I think he told Sharon, I'm adopting her, literally. And he just gave me a lifeline. And he really didn't have a lot of responsibility to necessarily do that. But he did it in such a way that just shaped my entire project and the work that I'm doing. And I just wanted to note two things that I was thinking of as I was listening to everyone. So the most recent course that I took with him was on race and the unmaking of the American city. And we read the article that he wrote about Columbia and eminent domain and the expansion into Manhattanville. And it struck me so much in that article that as an ethnographer, he really, foregrounded learning from people. And so even he highlighted the pedagogy of the activists in these walking tours that they were doing to sort of, emphasize the importance of, what they had built in these spaces and really sort of tour him around, right? And what I loved is that then at the end of that course, he then made us do that same walk, right? And so one of the institutions that he highlights in that piece is restaurant Floridita. And he took us, we walked after class, we walked through the old location, we walked to where they had, they had moved and, survived that, which is not true of all the businesses that he highlighted. And it was just clear even from how he was received in that space, who he was and how he did his work. And that was a lesson, right, for all of us. And so just being there, eating and listening to people talk about their experiences of what was happening. And then even just, as a mentor, I took a one-year position at Colgate University. And, this was in late this was in fall 2020, right? So the pandemic had set in. I had experienced some, intensity related to that, as I'm sure a lot of us did. And he would talk to me on the phone. Like, that was a very isolating space to kind of go into normally. And then during the pandemic, and he would just have these long conversations checking in, not just about where I was, because I was still writing, but like just how I was as a person. And he would tell me how he was experiencing things. He would tell me about, just how the pandemic was hitting him, the walks he was taking, like when he had been out last, what he was, the book that he was writing. He would share pieces of the book, actually, which for me was huge. Like, this person who I'm like, he's a giant, and he's sharing these like drafts, right? And it just was amazing to me. And yeah, I just wanted to not leave here without sort of just saying in this space how important he was, and how I'm sure there are a lot of people in different corners of the university that he was, looking out for in different ways that, he didn't have any obligation to, but he kind of just, he created those relationships that, that will shape so many people in our work that we do in the world. So thank you for the organizers for this, because I think just having the space to recognize, like, just how he moved differently in this space, that can kind of spit people out. And he just wasn't that, and the space could not make him into that. And so that in itself is a pedagogy for all of us, right? And how we move through the space. So thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. That was beautiful. I don't know if there's anyone else who has thoughts. There's an exhibition that Diedra and I did, along with Susan Gregory, of the photographs that are playing in the next room. There's also food if people are hungry and want to stay for a moment. But I just, again, want to just thank you all for coming today. This was incredibly moving. And, again, how do you say goodbye and farewell? And I think Farah said it beautifully in terms of what we'll have, of Stephen with us still and to come, which I think is also important. I just, again, want to just thank our tech folks, Columbia AV. We've had a videographer here who's been live streaming all of this today, our incredible Columbia student staff who keep us moving. Sharon Harris, who's incredible and made all of this possible. Thank you. And Sean Mendoza also. Thank you to my organizing committee. And yes.
So I think thank you for all of the thank yous and all the organizing. I think as someone who didn't know Stephen directly, I came to this space because a friend of mine was a student of Stephen's, Jennifer Oki, and I'm in the neighborhood. I'm also a community scholar, so peripherally connected to the Columbia community. I saw who was speaking. Dr. Summers is a friend, and having the opportunity to be here because I live on 127th Street. So I think during this entire conversation, there's something to be said for kind of all of our respective positionalities, how we find ourselves connected to the orbit of a giant that I'm only coming to understand in Stephen and his presence and what he's meant for so many people in this room. And I guess I wanted to say, I asked Jennifer if she had any reflections, and for her it was Toast. It was the conversations at Toast. It was the fact that Stephen was a great thought partner for her partner, who's an anthropologist, and the way he showed up in community. And something that struck me that I just wanted to share was there was something, Eric, about what you had said in the presentation that I was like, wow, that sounds a lot like someone who was kind of formative in my time. I went to a small liberal arts school, and we had this consortium on high achievement and success. It brought Black and Latino students, male students together to meet. And there was this one kid who my freshman year I was introduced to, who's Cambodian from the Bronx. And so after you spoke, I pinged him on IG, and I was just like, man, I just heard from this guy. I think you should know about him. And my friend's name is Naren Prune. And Naren wrote back, yeah, that's my boy. Eric was head of the community organizing group in the Bronx, right? He said he spent like every day with him during his teenage years. And so I say that to say, when I think about what I'm hearing, it's the ripple effects. It's, you know, from what you said, you knew Stephen in '99. I know because Naren graduated around the same time I did in high school, that at some point, presumably things that you learned from Stephen, you shared with at a community organizing level with people like Naren. Naren convinced me to stay. When I think about orbits, when I think about kind of the ways in which there's this interconnectedness, and in a way I can't help but reflect that Stephen touched me and I didn't even realize it. So thank you.
That was wonderful. And so I just, again, want to say thank you and good night.